Batty, we're live on YouTube. We're live on the internet. Yes, we are. Hello, folks. Welcome to Drinking with Andrew. I'm your host, Mr. Money Mental UK, Andrew, part-time eBay reseller, mental health advocate, cult leader, YouTube superstar. I've just got it all, really. Anyway, it's a Friday. It's 8:30 here in the UK. It's time to get drunk. Let's say some hellos. I think we've already got some people in the chat. Looks like Lucy was first. Hi, Lucy. Deep Fried Deals. Dave is in. Hi, Dave. James is here. Hi, James. Dave Repairs is here. Apparently 21 minutes ago. So he may not be here now. DMH is in. Damien's here. Nia's here. Lucas is here. He's here for the intro. That didn't happen. I can't make it happen. Chris is here. Rebecca's here. Hello, both of you. Nick K's here. Hi, Nick. GBP's here. Hi. Stu's here. Hi, Stu. Joe's in. Hi, Joe. PVP's in. Hi, PVP. Gorgeous Gina's here. Hi, Gina. Lisa, Sioisa Cells, I never know how to say that, is here. Dave Repairs is here. We've got Night's Life in, possibly for his first drink with Andrew. Welcome. Simon's here. Queenie's here. Crazy Scar Reselling. Hello. I don't think I've come across that name before either. So welcome. I'm just going to put this on the live chat. There we go. All right. Time to open our first cam. For those of you new to the show, basically I get drunk. People join me. They either get drunk or don't get drunk. We discuss topical subjects of the day. We might talk about a bit of reselling. We might not. I'll usually offend some subscribers. And then I'll go to bed drunk. Hi, Don. Hi, John. Craig's not biting. Hello, Craig. Right. Let's drop the link in and see if anyone wants to come live with us. I say as there's like me and the dog was here, but he's now gone to sleep somewhere. It doesn't like YouTube. There's the link anyway. Hi, Leanne. How are you? How's your daughter? Hope she's well and thinking of me. And hi, Leanne's daughter, if you're watching. We see Barty. She's gone to bed, I think. He wasn't here a minute ago. We met at Nick and Andrew's meetup. Oh, excellent. That was in the one in Hitchin. Fantastic. Good to see you here. So, yeah. What's been going on this week? This week, I have been engaged in a listing challenge with Damien, DB Resells. Which it's safe to say I am smashing. I mean, I'm just smashing in general, really. But yeah, I'm winning that one. So confident was I that I'd win that one. I decided to enter another one as well. So I set up one with Nick and a few others. I think Peter, Vinegar Jar, Derek Payne, Richard Payne. Who else was in it? I can't even remember who else was in it. Oh, we've got Dave coming in. Hello, Dave. How are you?
Oh my God! Hello, Scruffy Dave here. Very dark. Well, actually, come to think of it, you can hear me all right?
Yes, I've got a beep that comes on now when somebody is waiting backstage, so that I know that there's somebody
in there. It's
about
time again, so it's good to see you again, Andrew. We need a beer. We've got a drink. I got a bit of Foster's here at the moment.
How's life in Devon treating you?
Oh, Devon. You almost made it to Devon when you came down to Bristol. That's a while ago now.
Yeah, over April last year.
Oh, is it? It's not that bad. It's kind of weird because we've had quite a lot going on with other things, haven't we? Just a big blur.
Tommy's in. Jimmy's in. Hi, Tommy. Hi, Jimmy. It's Dave in the underworld, says PVP.
Yes, I've This is me, by the way. Dave Foster. Called Dave Foster.
John approves your choice of beer.
Courier says hi, apparently.
Courier always says hi. Come here. Oh, good boy. There we go.
Buddy, good to see you.
He's not been on the chair before. He's not been allowed. This is a new experience for you, isn't it, Doug?
Yeah.
Can you see YouTube now? Can you see
that a different
This is my office. This
is it?
It's not greatly tidy. I've got a new computer, which arrived earlier today, so I'm going to set that up tomorrow. It's still in its box at the minute, so that's taking a bit of space.
You seem to be killing it on eBay at the moment.
Yeah, do you know what I found? That the trick to it is that basically if I list stuff, then it sells.
Oh man,
so
is that what I'm doing wrong?
so what I've been doing is listing stuff, and that seems to have done the trick.
Wow. I need to take notes from you, I think. Are you still the world's greatest clothing reseller?
Yeah, well, the amount of clothing I'm shifting at the minute, I clearly must be. I've moved into brand new clothes now from TK Maxx. I've got bags full of stuff from there, so I'm working through that and getting it sold. Are you okay?
Yeah, it's good.
He's been to the vets today, so he's he doesn't like the vets, so he's not very happy at the minute.
Does that mean he's been something removed? He's no longer got or something?
No, God, no. It's just been to have his wound. Just been wound, haven't you? That's all.
Wound. Oh my word.
Yeah, we're not removing your crown jewels, are we, Bertie?
Oh, good God. He seems to be a bit more, enough of videos of you. He's always like 2 minutes in your lap and he's gone. But he's with you today.
He'll be gone in a minute.
Yeah.
You'll be gone in a minute, won't you?
Someone, Dixon says, Dave, are you in the server room? I have been in server rooms before, but not. This is my sort of small room of the house, and I can't show you the rest because it looks worse than Andrew's place. But basically, it's all my consoles and stuff, and it's just a mess because I just keep putting things everywhere, and I must tidy it up soon.
I started trying to tidy the house today. I got so far, and then I went to B&M's and ended up buying more stock rather than boxes, which is what I went for.
Absolutely. Tidying is just one of the hardest things to do.
Well, the problem is I tidy, even here now, right, I'm surrounded by Doctor Who's and stuff.
And it's bigger on the inside, of course. With Doctor Who.
He doesn't know how to get off here, I think. You go that way. If you go that way, you'll be fine. Look, do you want me to spin? There you go.
So who's going to join us tonight? This is Drinking with Andrew, of course. Have we got the drinks available? You're on the Taurus?
I am indeed.
Oh,
I bet a few of those catch up with the chat. Who we got in?
We tried it, you know.
We've got Bill's popped in. Hi, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Derek's popped in.
Is that the tap peddler?
Tap doctor, isn't he?
All
right.
Again, DB Resells. Elbow Retro.
What's up? What do you want? Just want a hug? Yeah.
Yeah, so I do have a YouTube channel. It's nothing exciting. It's supposed to be me repairing stuff. I never get round to filming anything. Yeah. Maybe
YouTube is like eBay. You've got to film videos to get subscribers and viewers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I'm in the mixture of things. I don't just do eBay. I repair arcade machines, and I want to try and repair other bits and pieces. And I don't know if this shows through. Royal Mail shirt. So I'm just a part-time Royal Mail guy and part-time everything else. And eBay suffers a lot, but I have relied on eBay in the past, and I kind of rely on it just for a little top-up every month. Just maybe £100 or something, or 200 quid. It doesn't have to be much for me. but I don't go to car boots that much now. But I have in the past, so I might, depends how if you have a good month or a bad month, I suppose. I know you work for the government bits and pieces. Are you still doing stuff with them?
I'm still saving the nation at the moment.
Are you?
They've asked me to stay on because I've not yet succeeded in my job, so I'm still on the task force at the moment.
Well, that's good for you. I mean, it has taken out pretty much the entire year almost now, isn't it? So,
and a lot of my sleep.
And a lot of your sleep as well. You work at night?
On 20-hour days before.
Is it really? Crikey. So we got any women in the chat today?
Probably not.
You scared them all off.
Hi, Todd. I haven't seen. We've got Gina watching. I know that. I haven't noticed anyone else. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, you were at Adrian's place last week, were you? Or were they getting married? Or I was
Steve's place, yeah.
All right. Okay, I wasn't completely sure what was going on, but I just kept seeing you drunk.
Yeah. That's pretty normal, really. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Eh? Who's a good boy? You're just going to stand here all night, are you? Is this it? Is this your spot now?
Which one, the Nia? I presume.
Nia and Lucy are here. If I forgot, Nia and Lucy were here. I apologise. They were first in. Well, Lucy was anyway.
Yes.
So there we go. We've got of the and Queenie's here as well, of course.
Okay.
I don't know, Queenie. Some of the things you've been telling me, maybe you're not. Who knows? I'm only joking. Of course, you're Lady Queenie.
Simon's Zodiac. Hello, Simon. We must have a little chat. I'm repairing remote controls tonight and a couple of TVs. What, CRT TVs? Did arcade machines back in the day? Well done, Simon. It'd be nice to have a little chat with you at some point.
You'll be doing LCDs, whatever they call them now.
Yeah. Well, arcade machines mainly are CRTs, you see, and that's why we like the 4x3 screen, because they're so hard to get hold of. And I look out for them like anything, even old TVs, because you can turn them into arcade machines.
I've got a few TVs, CRT TVs that I need to list at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe next month.
You used to pick them up like for 10 quid and stuff like that, but it's getting harder to find the big ones. So hard now.
I've always got a big one that's hard.
Oh, boom, boom. Oh, dear. I don't know how to put that up. Anyway, there's the StreamYard link. Who's going to click on it next? Have we got a list of people waiting?
I think we should do. I was thinking about doing a live Q&A where people ask questions by popping in on StreamYard, ask their question, and then disappear after they've asked it.
You know, that could work. I mean, Zahir and Rebecca could do something like that, but I think you thought of it first, didn't you?
So if anyone wants to come on a quick Q&A, you don't have to put your webcam on or anything. Just have to have. Oh, Carla's in. Hello, Carla. How are you?
Oh,
very well. How are you?
Very well.
What was that? I've got to pop in, ask you a question, then disappear.
Yeah.
Oh, good to see you.
Any question at all?
Any question you want to ask?
Okay. Let's have your most embarrassing intimate experience.
I better sign off now.
My most embarrassing experience. Probably the first time I had sex. Really, I had no clue what I was doing. I was trying to put it in the appropriate location, and unfortunately, it ended up in the wrong location. And I was accused of doing this deliberately, which I hadn't. I just didn't know what I was doing. And it descended from there, really. She didn't want to have sex with me again, and knocked me confidence for a bit, but
What a question. Yeah, something like that, I suppose, is the answer with me as well. But there you go. I'm not going to talk about that.
Diana's in the chat. Hi, Diana.
Always check your location selection, guys. Good idea. Where the lights? I suppose I can turn it off. These lights to stay on.
I'm not sure if they were off or not. I think they might have been off.
Oh, you got lights.
Do
Can't find my phone. I control my lights with your phone.
What's the matter with you, hey? You gonna
draw you a map? It's mood light. Yeah, it is. It's just mood lighting in my place, just to. Yeah. It's one of those light bulbs that you plug in, and it's got like a timer on it, and at night it goes blue and changes color and stuff. And I just leave it on 24 hours a day.
Carla says Dave looks like he's on the flight deck of the Enterprise.
Absolutely.
There we go. We've had our first question. Links in the chat if anyone wants to pop in and ask any more questions.
Make it so, Carla. Make it so. Thank you for coming in. And just so everyone knows, Carla Jenkins is currently doing some fantastic videos on her channel. And she's addressing the elephant in the room at the moment. And very, very good luck and everything with that, because I know how difficult it is to lose weight myself. And what she's doing, she's keeping a log of what she's doing day by day and what she eats and so on. And it's a challenge to lose weight when you get big. And I've been big. And Raw Mail helped me lose weight. But now I'm driving around everywhere and I'm gaining weight and I'm drinking. So I don't eat a healthy lifestyle at all now. Unlike Andrew here, thin as a rake.
I am getting a bit of a beer belly since lockdown. No,
yeah.
I refuse to go. The gym's reopened now, but I refuse to go to it at the minute. It just doesn't feel.
I'll give you full credit for going before, though. You did really well before. You were in there all the time, weren't you?
I was, yeah, most days.
Yeah.
But I want to wait for this situation to pass before I get back into it. So I wrote to the gym and said I want to cancel my membership. They've not got back to me, so I've just cancelled the direct debit.
That's probably the best way of doing it. Be honest with you. Really difficult times. I mean, I don't know, for those of you who know, I'm an arcade engineer at Play Bideford, which is a bar. It's a pub, but it's full of arcade machines. And I'm the engineer that fixes them. But the thing is trying to get people back through the door is difficult. And last week, we actually put a plea out on the website. Look, we've got 2 or 3 weeks left before we're going to have to close because people will not come back. So it's really difficult balance because a lot of people don't want to come back in because of the COVID situation. We're in a very small town, and we're losing a fortune every week just having doors open. So it's really, really difficult. Businesses are trying to come back. We had the Eat Out scheme the other week, but we didn't really work with that because it doesn't really fit in. But that has been hugely popular, that Eat Out scheme, with Wetherspoons and all the rest of it.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm doing a giveaway.
You're doing a giveaway?
Yeah, I will announce this formally as a giveaway, but I'll test the waters here first. It'll be a formal giveaway. I am giving away the opportunity to have a date with me in Wetherspoons in Wrexham, and the winner of the giveaway has to pay for it. So that is a fantastic. Pardon?
How will they get to Wrexham? Will you come and pick them up?
No, they have to provide their own transportation. So that basically the winner of the giveaway will come to Wrexham, treat me to a meal and drinks, and it'll be a great, fantastic prize for them.
Wow.
That's how giveaways work, isn't it?
You are giving it away, I think.
obviously
When's the
that
closing date? What do they have to actually? They don't have to enter anything. They don't have to put the name anywhere. How do they?
obviously it can't take place until I've had my date with Carla before Carla says anything in the chat. But
Bless her.
But yeah, that I thought, what do you mean, Stu? Quite frankly, that sounds awful. It's a fantastic prize. What a giveaway! What, no other channel is giving away that kind of stuff.
No, it's a first, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So he was talking about doing a giveaway earlier. So I thought, why not do one myself?
Actually, there is a giveaway on my channel, but hey, if I reach 200 subs, I give away a Pac-Man mug. I did that. I put the video out yonks ago, and it didn't really, nothing really happened. But I'm nearly at 200 subs, so I might give it away.
Can I have your mug?
Stick to the Pac-Man mugs around here somewhere. I'm not going to move. I'm slouched in this chair on the sofa here.
Need to control calorie intake. Thank you, Tea Cakes. Yeah, entries will be limited to 1 million. I fully agree.
Yeah.
Don't think I have that. I need to start putting out YouTube videos, really.
Oh, haven't you done much lately, Andrew?
No.
Oh, you've been busy with your eBay, haven't you? And so on. What did it say? 9,000 sales, was it? 9,000 quid?
Yeah, I am currently just at 9,016 at the minute.
Is that your highest ever?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Right. That was really good.
Big time. 7.5 was my highest ever before that. So
wow. And you're still buying all that. You're buying clothing stock, weren't you? I remember those videos.
Yeah. I have sold bras as well. I've sold all the bras I had. They've finally gone for a healthy profit.
Excellent.
$14.99 each, and they cost me £1.80. So there is money in small people's bras, but not in a way. No, Christ.
Mel sell anything? Mel from back from burnout. He was very, very adamant that you could sell anything on my channel recently. So particularly not being embarrassed of selling bras or anything else. Please no.
I'll sell anything that'll make money. I sold some cream for ladies' private areas to make them smell better the other week for a healthy profit. Healthy profit. Yeah. See what I did there?
Yes. I just read Stu's message you just brought up there, and please note that for health reasons, the winner will need to have their temperature taken prior to the meal. Unfortunately, Andrew has only got a rectal thermometer. All right, okay.
That is true. That is the only type of thermometer I have. I don't know how Stu knows, though. That's slightly embarrassing that Stu knows that.
Yes, Stu. How do you know that? Is it in the video or something?
Speaking of which, don't forget, folks, the charity. Just dropped a load of stuff. The charity challenge is still on. If anyone wants to buy some DKNY throws for charity, I'm happy to sell them for 20 quid or more and support wonderful cause.
Very good. How about you pick the winner of giveaway by playing a little game called Who Wants to Be? Hey, I haven't got my glasses on, so I can't read after this.
I'm ignoring Lucas's comment. He's trying to wind me up. How is your key hunt going, Lucas? Have you found your keys yet? Right. Is it an auction? It is an auction, Lucas, yes. You can bid for these. The reserve is £20 though, Lucas. So if you want to bid on them, I've got a fine array of DKNY throws of different patterns, which I bought when it's ridiculously hot and nobody wants to buy them because it's hot. I didn't really think that one through. Am I full time? No, I'm only part time.
Good night, Carla.
Oh, Carla's off. Take care, Carla. Here's my favourite Irish lady. How are you, Leanne?
She's lovely, isn't she, Andrew?
So, she's
Drives me
amazing.
nuts. And she's been on your show as well, and she hasn't been on many shows at all since.
She was the first person. I was the first person for her to come live with, and during that evening, I ended up falling over a rodent.
Yes.
That is now owned by Andrea Hills.
Crikey.
I can't wait for the winter, Derek. The challenge ends at the end of this month. I'm going to have a forfeit, so they've got to go now. I've sold. Well, I've still got loads of dockers that I haven't sold as well. What's my main job? I am the nation's saviour. I'm currently working on the Situations Task Force. I can't say the name apparently. Corona.
Oh.
I'm on the government's task force for COVID-19 at the moment.
And I'm picking up COVID test kits every day. I picked up 6 today from post boxes. So they're still out there. People are still getting tested. And they put them in their local priority post box. And I get covered in it. I got to say, though, being a reseller, this week, the Monday, the Tuesday, after the bank holiday Monday, and the Royal Mails has increased a lot since Corona has been out. Of course, mainly the resellers have been flooding the network with stuff. And of course, we are now cheaper than Hermes in small box sizes for 2 kilograms. So we've been quite hit a lot, with your stuff. Now, I went between 2 town post offices, and I had about 24 sacks, filled the van right to the top before I got to the 3rd post office. And I've never been in a situation where I've never been able to take your stuff. And it was queues out the door. It's incredible. It's incredible to see. And I've worked at Christmas for the last 4. I'm on my 5th year, so 4 years. I've never seen it like this before, ever.
Yeah, they say that online selling has had a 5-year sort of leap forward, really.
Yeah, it's incredible. I've never seen it like this before. So
but maybe they'll actually give you a decent pay rise now as a result.
That's in the negotiation right now, apparently. Yeah. Our pay.
Royal Mail must have sold.
Sorry, Andrew.
The profits must have soared for Royal Mail. So
yeah, share prices should be going up. Royal Mail is actually running as a loss normally, but share price has gone up, I believe. But we're told all the time we've got to make refinements and stuff. It's annoying, really. They work very, very hard, the delivery people.
I was going to send you a message, actually.
Me?
Yeah. Have you seen this latest update from eBay about Royal Mail? They're putting something in the QR codes to identify it as an eBay order.
2D code, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about or why they're doing that. Is that so that stuff will actually be marked as delivered on eBay?
Oh, I have read that. I need to reread that.
I didn't understand it at all or what it was about. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lucas. Very good of you.
Retail arbitrage legend?
I am indeed.
Could see the PH.
RM are putting their prices up again from October.
Yes. Wow, we all do that. They all do. Everyone puts their prices up every year.
Yeah, we've just had a price increase.
Actually, I don't know about that one. We seem to have a scheduled yearly one now.
Oh, Stu's off. Take care, Stu.
Oh, for Robo Trap 2448, DB Resales says. Oh, yes. I don't think any of you lot use that service.
He's got an OBA account. I haven't got one because I failed the credit check.
48 is a funny one.
Another unauthorized spend on my credit card. I bet you gave her the security code, Lucas. I used Royal Mail 48 to send Damien and Stephen their shoes. I hope you got your shoes. I hope you're wearing your shoes now, Damien, and they're a good fit.
Okay. Is that where you can take it to the depot or use that, don't you? Royal Mail Track 48. Yeah. The track service gets used a lot for returns. As you know, if you return something on eBay or Amazon, you get a track label printed out, don't you? You slap it on, and you take it to the post office. You get your receipt. Then I pick it up, and basically, you should see the packaging. Some of these people put, I mean, bits of car. Oh, it's just ridiculous. And what they don't realise.
I'm going to carry a bag before, and I just feel like I'm not refunding that. They get 50% for that.
I mean, even Amazon gets hit hard by it, even though we are resellers on Amazon. They just put it in the weakest packaging possible and send it back. There's no size limit, but there is size limits. But then no size limit is ignored at the moment by post offices and so on. So I picked up something which was 3/4 the size of a van the other day. Carrying it in, you know. It's like, but if you try and send something normally with a post office, you can't really. You've got to be within your guidelines, the 16 centimeters and all the rest of it. But this thing was massive.
Well, I think we need Luke.
Is Lucas coming on?
Yeah, I think we need Lucas to come on and promote the In It to Flip It challenge.
Why not? I'd like to learn a little bit more about it.
Some folks are clueless about packaging. Anyone who has received a package from UK will fully agree with that statement, PvP.
I have received a pack. Oh no, I sent it to Nick, didn't I? Yeah, that's right. I sent it to Nick. My package is very random, to be honest with you, but I do, for a pottery or anything like that, it will be pretty good. It will be, stuffed in there. I suggest to anyone, if you can get your parcel and drop it at arm's length, like Amazon stating their rules, and it hits the ground and it doesn't break, it won't break.
I've dropped stuff out my first floor window before to see if it's packaged properly.
Yeah, why not? I mean, we get a lot of grief from videos of us moving things. Okay, Hermes a little bit stronger. I got a close friend of mine who works for Hermes, and yes, it's a bit more aggressive with how they handle things. But with us, we do. The way it's sorted in the depot, you've got like hoops of all the streets, or rounds. Your local postman does about 500 boxes, 500 doors he does. But we have to sort the parcels sort of like in the basketball style. And that's how it's done. It's been done like that for years. It's got to survive that. And of course, when we pick him up, and actually got one right here, a Royal Mail sack. I had about 12 kilos if they're packed right. And then there's about say about 10 other sacks on top of it. You're going to get crushed. You've got to pack it so it won't get crushed.
That is exactly why I take the approach of it's got to survive being chucked out first floor window. Has
anyone got any Royal Mail questions? Because I'll answer them. I'm getting a little bit drunk as well. This isn't the official Royal Mail channel, by the way.
Royal Mail Q&A with Dave and Andrew. I primarily use Royal Mail and UPS for my shipping.
Excellent.
The only breakage I've had this year was from UPS.
It doesn't surprise me.
I haven't had any on Royal Mail. I'm still going through the claim system with UPS. I need to ring them next week because it's been weeks.
We all got to take it into account that we'll have some kind of problem with one of the courier companies at some point per year. We've got to work it out in our figures, really.
You get your not receives and whatever, but I'm not even convinced that all of those are genuine. Now,
received ones are difficult because, in fact, I had one today. This is an interesting one. Okay, I have how can I say it without giving it away? Sort of a mini hospital in the middle of a residential area. Okay, and I went in there. I said, "Can I pick up your post?" Which I did. Pick up their post and take it away. But they said, "Oh, this was dropped off. One of those little grey cards with a customs or not paid fee, a fee to pay card. You know what I'm talking about?" So I picked up and said, "This isn't for us. It's for this other address." Oh, okay. I looked at that and thought, okay. I went out. It's next door. Now, when we deliver letters, particularly large letters or small parcels, small packets, which we can put in the bag and go around, we will put them through. And sometimes our fingers get caught and we may put through other people's post in someone else's door. We don't know we've actually done that sometimes. So we, as an eBay, you would then say, "My item hasn't arrived." Or in this case, this little card. That card was actually next door. And next door's dog could have ate that, or it wouldn't have got back to the other place if they weren't honest. You know, they might not have taken it around. So then that whole thing becomes a problem to the eBayer, which is what I'm trying to say. Things get lost, and 9 times out of 10, when someone says "item not received" or something like that, it'll be next door because Royal Mail's made a mistake, and we make mistakes. Like any other person in whatever way, but we normally have if we're delivering like large letters, we'll have a handful of large letters or post, and we take them out for that house. We go move on to the next, take them to the next house. Mistakes happen. So
you've got a question here from Chris.
Chris, Royal Mail question: have anyone answered the door? And the dressing gowns. Yeah. Quite a few often are in the dressing gowns when I've been on delivery. Some really cute people. I used to drop something and make them bow down and pick up, so I get a good visual.
Jesus. Here's a top tip: if Dave's your postman, make sure you're fully dressed when you answer the door.
Yeah. My other colleague once told me that he was out delivering with his cart, and they were up the top window. They just got out of the shower and started saying, "Oh, I'll be downstairs in a minute, fully naked. Make sure you put your clothes on." When you're shouting out the window, "We'll be down in a minute." That's if you're a female, that is. What's going on here? What's happening in the chat there, Andrew?
Laura's joined us. I've just said hello to her.
Oh, Laura
joined us as well. I said hello to Angela. That's pretty much it. We seem to have more ladies with us now.
Excellent. It's definitely not me. I know that. It's brought them in. You Brits have it easy. Sorry, I can't do it in her accent. You Brits have it easy. Should see the prices of Irish post. No tracking. Tracking's a funny one, isn't it?
It's the worst attempt. I don't even know what accent that was. I want Irish. So more bloody Yorkshire than anything that. You need to apologise to anyone from Yorkshire.
Yeah. My apologies to chat and anyone who may be offended. If you would like to come on to hear and take abuse, take offence, and please come online. And so far, we've only had Carla.
Yeah, we need to. If anyone wants to pop on and ask a question, you don't have to come on camera. You can just use a microphone. The link's in the chat.
That's true. You just get a
Pop
little
on,
icon.
ask a question, pop off.
Yep, please do. Now's your chance. Queenie. Do I really need to find my glasses to read chat?
What's that, a German accent, Dave?
I better not do that. I better not do that.
You did not do any symbols that may be associated with the Second World War government in Germany.
I don't think we need to say anymore. Klingon, I am. I'm Klingon.
Right.
I'm from York. Oh, Don's from Yorkshire, Andrew. You can always tell us how to say it properly, Don.
What, Yorkshire?
Yes, Yorkshire. Yorkshire. Yorkshire.
No, don't do that.
No. You don't have any Welsh twang in you, though, Andrew.
It's because of North Wales, not South Wales.
Is there really that much of a difference between?
When people think of a Welsh accent, they always think of a South Wales one. It's totally different.
And you don't converse in Welsh, I presume.
Don't know any Welsh. Hi, Carl.
Regularly, people around you, and it's not really done.
If I went the other side of North Wales, around Carnarvon and places to do, I went sourcing around Pwllheli, and they all speak Welsh to each other. They just took one look at me and started speaking English.
Very good. You've always been up that way since you're born?
I was born in Lincolnshire, so I'm a yellow belly by birth.
I'm a Devonian. Fair enough. I think I've scared all your friends away here by being on your show. They're not wanting to just... I mean, Peter's normally on. Tap Peddler sometimes comes on. And his brother.
I think they're enjoying hearing about the inner workings of Royal Mail.
Questions. Ask a question, even if it's a lost item.
Oh, Stephen's happy. He says he's now getting a Welsh lesson off the missus. Cheers for talking about Welsh. Just ask her what a pingity pong is. Pingity pong? The pingity pong? Pingity ping. Ask her what a pingity ping is.
Don't know.
Hi, Peter times 2. We've got 2 Peters here.
Plenty of Peters, apparently. Look at the Carl as well. Got Nia again.
PW's here. I haven't seen another Peter. There's plenty of Welsh speakers, but there's not that many Welsh speakers. You don't walk in the pub and hear people speaking Welsh here, to be fair. Not like you do in Carnarvon or places like that.
Yeah. Has Leanne replied?
Poverty ping, is it? Ask her what a telephone is.
Kids one day won't know what a telephone is.
I've got one in my hand.
It's
a device I use for sexting with my subscribers.
Oh, yes. Yes. Did I scare Leanne off? Because I haven't seen an insult back or anything.
That's because she's doing 2 things.
Yeah.
What are some reasons why the 2D barcode doesn't get scanned on delivery?
Okay. Good question. Thank you very much.
They did, yeah.
Did Dave say, has Leanne replied? She tuned out. That's good.
Bring your own drink to this one. Let's bring your own beer. BYOB.
Rubbish house. 10 minutes and still haven't been offered a drink. Well, I was. Hang on a minute. Oh, there's a competition though to come up and.
Nothing pleasant.
Sorry, I'm drafting. Sorry, I'm drafting. Is that better?
She's not Scottish.
Right. 2D barcode question. Right. Large letters and small and everything else, bar letters. At the moment, we're not scanning regular letters. Everything else has a 2D barcode on it, except for PPI. And we automatically will scan that unless management are making us work so hard to deliver everything in the allotted time frame and not pay us overtime, then we will be rushing as fast as possible to get round. Does that answer the question? What was the question? Was it how reliable are 2D barcodes? I don't know. We will scan because when we scan them with that scanner, it does go beep, and then we know.
My postie always scans it. It wakes me up beeping.
Yeah.
I hear the beep outside the house. And then he wakes me up more because he rings the bell because he's got a parcel for me. Always, every day with a parcel.
Yeah, we get
crap.
Yeah, we get questions when we scan the thing. It comes up and says, "Are you going to delivered? Take that to the depot or neighbour?" I mean, that's the sort of thing. Or no answer on the doorbell. I mean, we get about 5 options, and then we will press whatever is needed. And we don't really. Sometimes we try next door, but you've got to remember we are under pressure to deliver a lot of stuff during the day now, particularly Thursdays. Thursdays is a nightmare because when we post things at Monday, when you all seem to be at the post office sending stuff on the Monday after the busy weekend, it goes through the system for second class, and it seems to be Thursday it gets hit hardest, and then we are absolutely trying to get everything in, and it just doesn't work. We're not supposed to be bringing things back for delivery next time.
This is a daft question. There's a size. There's a size that large letters have to be. If they're over that size, it's not a large letter. If it's that size or below, it is. It's nothing to do with falling through stuff. If it's over whatever it is, 60 millimeters or whatever it is, I can't remember now, then it's not a large letter. But if they don't pull it through and won't take it, just put it in a post box.
Oh, that thing. The best way to solve the large letter problem is don't take it to the post office. And that's coming from me. Seriously. In the mail centre, there's a big drum that spins round and round. All your large letters go in there, and there's these slots, and they will fall out onto a conveyor belt. Anything bigger will be a small parcel or packet or something. So that's how it's split. The idea is anything that will fit a letterbox. It doesn't require us to rig a doorbell, so it's cheaper. You know, that's the point of it. That's the split between the two. It's the point is to get it through, and of course it's about an inch, and it'll what is it, 20 or something? Just I don't know, 20 mil, 22 centimeters, something like that. An inch. So yeah, that's basically what it is. If it doesn't fall through that thing, just chuck it in the post box. Just ignore them. You might if you get a charge, you get a charge at the other end. You just have to refund them. But 9 times out of 10, I've never had anyone complain to me about a problem. I've sent hundreds of large letters, and I've never had it.
I just work on the principle: if it goes in the post box, then it's fine.
Yeah, post boxes are different sizes. There's different types of post boxes. Yeah, I mean the ones on the wall with the red box you're on about, yeah? Yeah. I mean, I see loads of them. That's what my job is to empty them. But that slot is about 2 or 3 inches. So, I mean, you just got to get it in there. If it's just like 20 mil, you'll be fine. I don't know. Some have like a bump in it or something. It seems to go through, doesn't it? If anyone gets any charges, then I'm sorry, it was a bit of a gamble, really. They'll just get a carded and then £1.50 fine plus the postage.
The
Right.
only time as a customer I've ever had a card,
Mm.
I had one put through for a £2 charge. So when I went to the post office to pick it up, it was because whatever doofus on eBay had sent me this thing and even put a stamp on it.
Yeah.
They never paid for postage, so I was like, I'd already opened an eye on our case on them on eBay because I hadn't turned it up, been refunded, and then had this thing put through, and it's like, paid me £2 charge and got something that was a tenner for free. Well, for £2.
Fair enough.
No, because they were stupid enough not to put a stamp. I mean, who forgets to put postage on?
As I said, I collect from businesses and so on. I see it in the corner of my eye sometimes. Occasionally, they forget to put the franking on, and I said, better not put them in, or all your customers are going to get nice little cards in the morning.
This was a handwritten one as well.
Yeah, another tip about handwritten. Handwritten has to be looked at by someone, obviously. So majority of stuff that you get in the box is normally handwritten with a stamp on, and it's done by eye. So they have to work out where it goes into box, that goes off to the next place, and so on. Printed goes through machine, and it's much easier. It's recognized. The text is recognized, so it gets to the destination. You're more likely to not lose stuff if you put proper labels on, because it's machine read. Anyway, what's going on here?
I've got my label printer.
Have you? The zebras and that. Nice.
Which I have not set up since I bought it, and I've discovered is now worth a lot more than I paid for it. So I'm in two minds as to whether or not to sell it and get a Dymo, because the Dymo prices don't seem to have increased as much as the zebra ones.
I think I got that one somewhere. Oh, it's an oldie one, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, the 2844.
Okay, I don't know the code, but yeah. I got one hanging around here like that. But I think it's missing a roll holder or something, but I'm not 100%. I haven't studied it yet.
But I might test it out and then sell it and get myself a Dymo.
Yeah. Anything with those bigger labels. Right, is any other questions here? I can't see very well. Normal printer, you sellotape.
Yeah, Derek's got the 2844. I might just stick with it, but I just noticed they're going for over. Right. I got second hand. They're going for £100 or so now, and that cost me 50. So
yeah,
I could sell it, make a decent return on it, and get a brand new Dymo.
Fair enough.
Which is about 100. I found them for £170 brand new, the Dymo. So I'm like, in two minds, because I like the idea of having a new shiny thing.
Excuse me?
I like new shiny things.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said you'd like a nice shiny thing. I got a laser printer, and I just sellotape it on there. I think Leanne's just said exactly the same sort of thing. And laser, I love it. But yeah, I used to use it.
I've got my inkjet printer that I bought on Amazon and got cashback on, and the cashback value on it was more than the printer. I made £10 profit on that.
Nice.
So I bought, at the same time, I bought a box of inks off Amazon, not genuine Epsom ones, but non-genuine ones for £22. And I'm still using that box of inks that I got. So effectively, I've spent less than £12 on hundreds and hundreds of, thousands of orders. So
you have got.
So and I've still got a box of inks here, but I think I might be running out of black.
Black's the main one.
If I am, don't think I've got.
It's always nice to have some in backup wise.
So I might have to. Oh, that's a black. That's a
The
black.
amount of times
Still
I've
got
ran
two pinks left. So
for a
that
quick
is
ink
the bargain of the century for me. That
yeah.
3 blacks left. So the only thing I have to do on it is spend money on paper, which of course the label printer. I get labels sent through from UPS, so I don't have to spend on that.
Yeah. Simon says, Dave, I pay and print on the laser. Pay and print on the laser. Then 2 strips of 2-inch clear tape and works fine. Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I use 4.
I use 4 strips. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to tear it off because we rub bits together.
The prices on those have gone through the roof, Grant, on the Brothers. I was having a look at those because they used to be cheap. They used to be about 70, 80 quid. They're nearly 200 quid for a new one of those. A bit more.
A brother laser. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they were. I remember the days when like you could pick up for 40 quid and you get a toner and you just make it disposable. I mean, it's crazy. And it would go on forever. We used to do invoice work on them, so I just I remember the brothers going for ages. My local post office lady knows me so well. She doesn't even bother checking the large letter. She knows it'll be right. That's Pleasant Valley, but yours is a different system out in Canada. I mean, over here we can't compare. But the post offices, they do need support. Yes, they do need support. But unfortunately, as resellers, we have to also support ourselves, don't we? So we have to make the best option.
I think they should never have split off post office counters from Royal Mail, really.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Should have just been the same company.
I mean, there's yeah, you're right. Now, just going back onto the thing with the merger with post offices, a lot of them are now merged in with like co-ops and supermarkets and so on, and local convenience stores. One of my pickup points is a convenience store. A supermarket, and it's actually closing for 2 weeks for a shop refit, and the post office is forced to close because of the refit. So those people will have to get onto the bus and go to a different town to post their stuff. So there's no other place in that area, and that's awful. I mean, I think previously, and the post office is still owned by the government, they strive to try and keep post offices open throughout the England and I think the rest of the UK. They're struggling because there's not a lot of money to be made. So they have to merge in with shops and so on.
The post office I use is in a spa. But it's brilliant because it doesn't shut until it's open until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So I quite often I'll go down there about 9 o'clock at night or whatever with the orders.
Yeah.
Drop them off, and then I don't have to worry. Then it's out in the next morning's post. So that's quite that. Whereas if the main post office is it shuts at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
So working full time, it's difficult for me to get there. I have to go on my lunch.
Yeah. Is that considered the main post office in your area?
The main post office is the main post office, so that shuts at 5.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So the spa is a separate.
It's just a sub post office. It's
Yeah.
There's loads of it's Wrexham. There's loads of post offices around, but the one I use it because it's open until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Because what happens in the afternoons when I go around to pick up is I have 2 rounds basically. The first round, I pick up from the post offices, three post offices, and go back and offload. So there's about 3 lorries at go, and the last one is there at 6:30, and I'm there clearing the main and clearing this and get it all into the lorries, all separated, and so and then they go. And then, of course, anything you're delivering later on, at the post office will get stored for next day, and I suspect they'll have a pickup really early because they'll just get consumed by all the stuff.
They have a pickup at 7 o'clock in the morning,
Mm.
so I just drop it up, and I'm turning up with a couple of 2-3 sacks full sometimes.
Yeah, and are you doing it PPI?
No.
You're not? Okay. Oh god, that means you're there sitting. You doing drop and go sort of thing?
No, well, no. They scan it in, give me the proof of postage, but so I'm there about 10 minutes.
You're there scanning each item in.
Yeah,
okay.
They don't weigh them anymore though, which is good. Because they used to do that as well, and then they used to be like, "Oh, it's 2 grams over," and I was like, "They're not going to give a fuck if it's 2 grams over.
Yeah,
they give a fuck if it's 20 grams over. They won't give a fuck on 2 grams."
Yeah, because like Nick does, he does it PPI method. Basically, anything that's in a sack sealed, and you seal it, and then hand it over. I will scan the paperwork when I come in. So I scan the shop barcode, and then I scan any sheets that have been handed over, and then I put them in the back of the van, drive to the depot, and then they get chucked on the lorry. And then there's no scanning. There's no questions.
They wouldn't let me do it like that because they said I needed a credit account and I can't get credits. And
yeah,
drop.
Yeah, well, I know you talked about your debt issues before. I've actually got debt issues. I'm now 6 years in my debt issues, let's say, and my credit file has, of course, cleared because 6 years.
Yeah, it wipes
it off. So I'm in that position at the moment. Now I'm getting all credit card offers. Weird.
I've got another 3 years before that goes, but I'm hoping to pay off the remaining. Hello?
Yeah.
I'm hoping to pay off the remaining debt next year. If I work hard enough. Hello, boy.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what we've got in the chat here. While you've got Bardi with you, now I'll have a look at what's going on.
Hey, I think Damien asked a question earlier on about something. To see if I can find it. Oh, how do you really feel about black pallet wrap?
Oh, that business where UPS doesn't like it, isn't it? I heard that. I was laughing when I heard that. There's something to do with static or sticking in the rollers or something like that. I don't think there's any official announcement that we will not allow any pallet. I don't think there's no official. Doesn't matter.
I use it all the time for Royal Mail. If I'm shipping with UPS, I will. Yeah. I've got massive poly bags, so I just put it in one load. In fact, I get poly bags free from UPS. So more often than not, if I'm shipping with UPS, I'll use a free UPS poly bag.
Yeah, that should be fine as far as I'm concerned. I presume it's some issue back along with. I know some using the black wrap.
It can get attached. The issue was that the labels were getting attached to on other people's packages, were getting attached to the pallet wrap and coming off. Yeah. And so UPS were losing parcels. So they decided, no, we're not having this anymore. We don't want to be paying out on this. So we just say that we won't accept it. And if something comes in pallet wrap. It's just stupid offers. It's lowball offers.
Well, we all lowball ourselves, don't we? That's the way I look at that. We get lowball offers and we do it ourselves to try and get some stuff in.
Somebody wants a 25 quid item for a tenner.
Nah, it's got to be in the chat. It's one of them, isn't it?
I don't recognise the name.
I think packaging your items, the most important thing is, as I say, is the drop test. I don't really mean too much about dropping it. You don't really need to drop. You just got to visualize it breaking in a way. And we've had people recently talking about mugs. I always put packaging in the mugs as much as possible and wrap them. Try not to get them touching each other because that breaks them. I mean, and then if possible, double box them. It depends on the value of the mug. So, and yeah,
I always say I won't ship mugs because they take because I package them to survive a nuclear apocalypse. So it just takes too much time for me. I could be selling something else that doesn't require as much clothing. So, but I did pick up 6 mugs today to sell on. So,
yeah, I'm just saying, you know, you've got to think about what the journey that's going to go on. Because as I said earlier, when it goes into the sack, and then it goes into what we call the York, which is basically the massive great big trolley, you're going to end up with about 50 kilograms on top of that. If you're the one on the bottom, you're going to get crushed. But you just got to package it well. There's nothing we can do about the process because that is the normal process. And raw mail, as you said, Andrew, you very rarely get a problem with them, as in breakages or something else like that, or maybe lost item.
The entire time I've been using Royal Mail to ship breakables, I've had 1 item break. It turned out, looked at the photos, it already had a crack in it, which I hadn't spotted.
Yeah.
So that wasn't, you know, it was never going to survive transport as a result of that.
But I also think that this week, as I said earlier on, we had so much rammed into the network this week, trying to ram it into my van. That sounds wrong. Trying to ram everything into the van, and then when the delivery goes out, they try and get it all compact in there. And then Thursday, when the busiest day, they were coming back late, which means they had a hell of a time. So it's the busiest weeks you probably get the problems with mostly because of breakages and stuff like that. Because we have to try and get everything into a manageable round. Anyway, there you go. I'm with you. Anyone else coming on?
I'll put the link in the chat.
Hello, Tommy. This is me, Dave. You haven't probably seen me before.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
Grant Reselling. Hello, Grant. Gimbal. What is a gimbal's a camera thing, isn't it? It's something that holds it steady.
Is she hot, Tommy? That's my question.
I've made a community post sharing their chat tonight if anyone is looking for a live stream of Andrew. Rena's channel is sweet. TX fines for the live tonight. New young reseller. Oh, right, okay. Come on in.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Hey? Who's a good doggy?
Just reminded me about QuickBooks. I need to set up the bank link again because it's all changed.
Every 3 months you got to renew it with the open banking. That annoys me.
Yeah.
Especially because it always fails when I renew it.
Yeah. Open banking.
Drop a link in for a channel, Tommy. You've got a spanner. Drop a link in for a channel because I don't think I've come across that one.
I don't recognise the name.
What's the matter with you? You're a good boy.
Oh, NHL playoffs tonight. National Hockey League. We hardly ever see that now.
Sit. Good boy. Good doggy. You actually responded to a command. What's going on there? Hey.
Yeah.
You don't normally respond to commands, do you?
Any other questions for insider Royal Mail gossip?
There you go. Tommy's dropped a link for her. Let me just see if I can fetch this up.
Sweet TX is Texas fines, right?
Hello, my name is Marina. I am located in Waco,
She
Texas,
says yo.
and I wanted to welcome you to my reselling channel, Sweet Texas Finds. I am a mom of 4, and I left my corporate job.
I should really do an intro video for my channel that people can watch and learn about me on. Be like, hi, welcome to the Monumental UK YouTube channel. I go live, get drunk, and pester women.
What more can you say? I mean, you've been introing like that for years now. Not exact those exact words, but you've always had an intro.
Yeah, I mean, like one where you click on somebody's YouTube channel and there's a trailer sort of thing. Yeah. I need that. Hey, guns.
Like a little intro.
A Louisiana State version of Monopoly.
Oh,
is that the one you shared with me before? Lucas is talking about like do a Monumental UK trailer. You know, a welcome video for the channel, like with like guns firing and dramatic music and hot babes and all of that. And then me.
Maybe clips of previous episodes, and just little, and there's a little sequence there, and then go.
Finest moments.
Yeah, your defining moments of tripping over things. Yeah, sorry, I mean of important issues.
I've never fallen over anything in my life.
Mowing the grass. No, that's all past. I know.
Dave, are you non-digital? Oh, okay.
What's going on in there, Dave? Are you a non-digital? Oh, sorry, I said it right. Dave, are you non-digital? Put up now. It's blue light. It's one of those 2P link bulbs. I control it from a mobile, but it's on like a timer. It changes throughout the day and night. I leave it on for all the time.
I can license out the Tom Jones intro. Do it. As long as I don't have to pay anything. Good boy.
Yeah.
Johnson. There you go then. Good boy.
Well, gone.
How's sales been?
Okay. Sales for us both. To be quite honest with you, as I say, I don't rely on eBay as I have multiple jobs, but I could probably get 1 or 2 really small sales a day. Like just probably little Lego figures, or I've got some electronic parts I sell regularly, and things like that. So I'm always on the borderline whether or not the shop subscription is worth it, because I'm not putting enough attention into listing, because I'm normally doing something else. So, but managed payments went through this week, and now I've seen how that all operates. And so far, 3 payments have gone into my bank, so I'm happy so far. No fuss so far. I also do merch by Amazon. I think I did a video on that the other day. So I have some regular selling T-shirts now. Probably about 5 regular selling T-shirts of a certain theme, and I get probably about 30 quid a month from that at the moment. And Christmas is on its way. I don't know if you remember the guys, Callum and Jay.
Jay, yeah.
They live up the road from me.
It's bedtime. It's time to settle. We're not playing ball now. It's time to settle. Settle. What? Settle.
That's not the QuickBooks thing, isn't it? Settle. Anyway, I was going to say, Callum and Jay up the road, they made an absolute killing on merch by Amazon when they travelled the world and got married. And they used to do, and still do,
to Thailand, didn't they? And all around the world.
They made over 80K. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. And then, of course, they put all the money back into reselling and stuff like that. I haven't seen them for a long while. They're now living in the countryside with a dog. Yeah, they got a little bit further away from my hometown, South Molton. But
I remember Karen, like started getting back into the YouTube and then disappeared.
Yeah, they said they were going to come back, but I need to catch up with them, to be honest. We used to meet at our local auction place because both of us were really keen on the electronics there. And I used to stand back and let him buy them all because you saw all the videos on this channel. They used to buy up the electronics and stuff like that. Because I had, I wasn't relying on it as an income as much. I thought, well, they needed it, and I just stood back and let them bid on it. So I said, look, I want that particular item, I want that particular item. I'm going to bid on those. I made them aware I was going to do it, and it was a bit weird, but then we sort of got on really well that way.
I still haven't. I haven't returned to the auction house since my dildo find.
Not sure I remember that. But
I bought a box of Sony electronics and found a dildo inside it.
Oh, did you? Oh, see what you're saying now.
The used one as well, which I did manage to sell for 20 quid, which was what the entire haul cost me on Facebook as well, actually. Back in the days when you could sell anything on Facebook. Nowadays, anything you try and list on it seems to get restricted.
Really? Facebook?
Yeah, Marketplace has got a lot more stricter than it used to be.
Oh, I wasn't aware. Okay, fair enough. I haven't listed on there for a while. I've never really listed on there. Yes, I have. But yeah, I buy on Marketplace. I definitely buy on Marketplace.
They've got certain. It used to be that they take anything, but they won't anymore. But you can still put stuff in the groups.
Yeah.
They just don't put it on the Marketplace, so it's something that is going to get rejected. There's certain brands now that they don't agree with, so it seems to be getting a bit more professional.
Yeah, taking on eBay, aren't they? So what they're saying in at this time? Tell me the gaming expert.
I'm just going to pop to the little boy's room.
All right. Okay, well, hopefully we'll have someone waiting when you come back. My light is really cool in here by my own eyes, Leanne. It's just I just can't find my mobile, which has got the app to control the lights. See, it's somewhere. Oh well, not a big deal. Dave sent you a message on Facebook. Oh, crikey. Someone actually knows me on Facebook. All right, you know my surname, I guess. Looking at Facebook. Oh, a new message request. Simon. Oh, I know a Simon with the same surname. Facebook won't let me send you a friend request for some reason. Aha. I'll be honest with you, if anyone's in chat, anyone who does send me friend requests, I do moderate them. I don't automatically accept everyone. I have to somehow know you a little bit because I try and I don't let everyone in. Simon, cool. I'll just send you a message back. Hi. So that I'll look at that later. All right, where's the StreamYard gone? There it is. What else? Love from PvP. From whose Royal Mail? Gimbal, it's possible, Dave, is a witness protection program with that light. God, I'm getting slated for my lighting here. Dave, are you non-digital printers developed now? Yeah, dark room, I get it, yeah. I remember analog film development as well, because I used to do silk screen printing. We used to use it for that. When I was 18, I'm now 45.
It's hard to fall asleep. How terrible.
I'm back.
We're not playing with that. It's time to settle. Settle. Barty, settle.
Dave, what's your main job? There you go.
Okay.
It's on the shirt. It's red. Gives you a clue.
Nobody can see that.
Oh, actually, my high vis is right here. There. Can you see the high vis?
That's better.
Yeah.
Dick Insider is asking if you've met Chris and Belle yet.
Ah, they're in South Devon. I'm in North Devon, Barnstable. That's where I live. And Chris is getting closer and closer. They're in Bampton the other day. Is
that your patch?
Yeah, that's quite close to where I was born. Where I grew up. I mean,
I don't allow other resellers in Wrexham. They're not allowed here.
This is it. We'll be meeting them up. I sort of invited them to play Bideford, the arcade bar that I'm part of. But it's just a bit difficult at the moment to organise things, because they really are about an hour away driving. So it's not an easy trip anyway.
Laney's popped in. Hi, Laney.
Hello, Laney. Can't remember if we've actually met before, face to face. Did she go to Bristol?
No.
No. Okay. I haven't met you. I've met someone else. Cider.
In a minute.
Are you still on the cider?
Still drinking the Taurus?
Yeah, I could do with a refill of Foster's. I'm on the second. Wow, 2 parcels go missing this month. It says guns. Worth about £10. Sent me a check for 28 and 26. Well done for getting checks. They do go missing.
Hey, Steampunk.
I think the thing with parcels is the value and how much you're going to lose if it does go wrong. Small parcel rate is really up to what was it, up to 50 quid?
20 quid.
20 quid. Yeah, I thought it was low.
50 quid if it's tracked. 500 if you do the special delivery.
All right, so perhaps I ought to mention how the special delivery works. Special delivery, as you know, you fill it all in and at the post office. If you put it in the box, special delivery with your label on, be careful, you might not be able to claim. Because it goes in the bag, it then goes to the mail centre and so on. It's not done the professional way. So if you take it to the post office, it then gets scanned in, it then goes into a separate bags, and then they get taken to the depot. It then gets split into a protected area, which is normally the caller's office, and it goes into different sorting methods. It's pretty much like you won't lose anything through that method. It's monitored bit by bit. Track 24 and Track 48 at the moment is one of their newest servers for the last 5 years, I suppose. It's not great, in my opinion. If you've got something small and you put it into Royal Mail Network, you could lose it. That's breaking news. So if you had something like it in an envelope, you send it by Track 24 or 48. Yeah, they don't normally get put in bags. They actually just get chucked in the trolley. Bad. Breaking news. Anyway, what's he talking about now? Dave. Lighting is the darkest I've ever seen on a live. They're still slating my bloody lighting.
It's in the bathroom.
I don't know where my bloody mobile is. Yeah, well, it's not in the pocket. It's on the charger. No. I can't do anything about it.
I wouldn't worry.
No, it's just moaning. They won't even come on. They won't even come on to the stream here. You know.
Yeah.
And I'm here. You're here.
This is a live Q&A. If anyone wants to pop on, ask a question and pop off, the link's in the chat. Carla did it. She's the only one being brave enough so far.
She's a lovely person, Carla. I really enjoyed meeting her at Bristol.
As long as I get a delivery scan, I'm happy, says Damien.
Yeah. Again, sign 4 is a delivery scan. There's nothing else. Okay, the business with signing for parcels, if that's still going on. We were told back in March to put it on your doorstep, walk 2 meters away from it, and ring the doorbell, of course. And then the idea is to watch what the customer does. You ask them for their name. So they say Damien. You write down Damien on the PDA, and then I sign for it with a code. CV, I think it is. And then it's the postman has asked for your name, and is then the trust is with the postman then, not with the customer signing it. So it's a bit weird, but it should work with your claim and everything. You know, what else is going on? Pure black and white PVP. I rarely send sign 4 since small parcel standard shows up as delivered on eBay. I'll send standard.
They don't. eBay can be a bit funny about accepting INRs on that one, though.
Right.
Because they can say, oh, look, actually, you need to send it via fully tracked service for us to guarantee your seller protection.
Yeah.
So a lot of people fell foul of that because the delivery scan isn't what they would consider fully tracked. Depends entirely on who you seem to get an eBay customer service on that one.
I think you're right. Depends on who you talk to, I suppose, because we are supposed to be automatically scanning the parcel when we hand it over, particularly the bigger ones. We will. We won't. We all right. The track service, for instance, we are measured on it. We are measured on it. We have to have a 97% or above acceptance. So if we lose 3%, they're on our case to management. They love to keep on top of us on that one because, in fact, I think Royal Mail got fined not long ago for not meeting the 97% standard by Ofcom. So there you go. We're not all perfect. We're overloaded. Right, what else has been said here? Now the Taurus going down.
I think we need to get Leanne live.
Ah, I wanted her to come over to Bristol that time.
So did I.
Yeah.
Could have done with it, I can't.
Yeah. She has got a lot going on with her kids and that, I suppose. Have the trolls arrived? Hey, Gary. Who's Gary? Who's Gary?
Gimbals, Gary.
Okay. Dave, would you ditch Royal Mail for UPS tomorrow if they offered you double the wage? No. UPS workers and any other van driver on delivery, I think UPS and I'm trying to think of the other one, they are pressurized to deliver and then move on to the next one as quick as possible, and they're fully tracked. Normally the customers are watching them, waiting for them to turn up. You know the other courier I'm trying to think of.
DPD?
Yeah, it could be DPD, yeah. One of those. I mean, I wouldn't want to work for them. You're pressurized. You're driving like lunatics trying to find places to park and stuff.
I'm convinced my local UPS driver is going to mow over some kids one day. The speed he arrives at my house at.
Yeah, we drive ridiculously fast, and I drive a bit fast, let's say, on collections. But when you come to corners, you got to really think about what you're doing and drive safely. But yeah, not all the time.
Polashek's popped in. Hi, Polashek.
I do 50.
saw like a video with Polashek in or something the other day.
Polashek. Oh yeah, Polashek TV. Hello, Mr. Alcoholic. Is that Polish?
Lana's here, drinking late with the Mandalorian. Hi, Mel. If she's with you, then say hi to Mel for me.
I've already watched 2 episodes of that Star Wars Mandalorian thing, whatever it's called.
Good series, that one.
Is it?
Yeah.
I want to get back to it, but I don't have Disney. But
you don't need Disney. You just need a willingness to be flexible with how you view content online.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I thought I'd wait. I mean, I'm not desperate to watch things. Too busy. God, I remember collections when working for Romo. Hello, Wade. I think we have talked about Romo before, Wade. Can't remember. I've talked to quite a few resellers who are Royal Mail linked in some way. But I will recommend it as a job, because if you're part time like me, I'm doing 20 hours. It's worth doing.
That was it. That was it, Polashek. He was going to do some basketball. I remember now.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't realise Polashek was a basketball player, but he had a basketball in his hand. I was watching that. It was interesting. Mel says, hi, Mel. Mando says he's got you in my scope. Don't worry, Mando. I would never come between you and Mel with her vegan tendencies.
Yes, Aid, you were there at Bristol. I did meet you.
You'd eat me alive.
Basketball, you've got to be really tall. Well, you're quite tall. I expect you could probably do quite well at basketball.
I have played basketball before, but I have no real coordination or ability when it comes to these things.
No. I've tried it when I was a kid, but that's about it. No skill at all.
He gets free Doc Martens.
Yeah, you remember those, don't you? Did I show you that at Bristol?
Yeah.
I've got a new pair as well. All right, let me show you these. There's wonderful lighting. You won't be able to see that very well.
That's like a trainer.
It's a trainer. It's not Doc Martens. I don't wear those because of the weight. But yeah, that's I don't know what brand it is. About Blue it's called. Never heard of it. Bit random, but we do a lot of trainers.
Well, probably the guys who make Nikes and whatever else. They're just
yeah. But do you have tags like that on them? Royal Mail. And there's normally every bit of clothing has a tag on it of some description of Royal Mail written on it. It's pretty good stuff actually now. It used to be pretty shoddy, where you probably only walk about 2 weeks or 3 weeks and it all falls apart. So what's Tommy on?
I've still got my Clarks that I bought in Los Angeles 3 years ago, but they are falling apart.
Yeah.
Lana bought me some new shoes at the car boot, but slightly too small for me. So I'm still on the hunt for new shoes. So I didn't know my shoe size. That was a problem.
Yeah, I know my shoe size. Question: do you get a discount? Okay. No, I don't get any discount with Royal Mail. But I will say this: at Christmas, when it's really busy, and actually during the COVID when we were pretty snowed under, we did get a bonus. So, and also at Christmas, we get something like £100 worth of stamps. So we do put them on eBay and sell them. There's your answer. We don't get a discount. We just get a bonus.
Polish shit is. I love selling our souls eBay channel and YouTube. The guy from the USA is amazing. I've not come across that one. I have. It's the shoe seller. Yeah. I've come across it. Just does footwear. Nothing else. Just does footwear.
I was saying to another reseller the other day. Oh, it's Mel actually. I think there's 2 people I've seen in our communities over the years have done really well with shoes. And one of them is Joe's Reselling for pennies. I mean, watching in the past or some of the posts he used to put up was like, oh, I've just been to his market area and he's come back with about 40 shoes or trainers and things like that. And there was another one near here, a girl who had so many shoes in the collection. She was doing so well with selling clothes and shoes online. She actually had a shop, and she put shoes all over the shop. Her and her dad did. I forgot her name, and it's kind of like a stock room.
No, he's on bus now.
Oh, bless. Obviously,
it
was a bit of a gamble, I thought, but if it was a low enough cost to do, then why not?
Well, technically, she defaulted on a PayPal working capital, which is why she wasn't on eBay any longer and opened a shop.
Oh.
So yeah.
I see now.
So had a new Mercedes and all this sort of stuff, and it's like, but you've not paid working capital back. So yeah.
I suppose you've got to be really careful about when you take those loans out.
Like a crazy scar.
If they get chased up and that. I think Zahir once said you've got to be, if you take out the loan, you really got to focus on paying back that loan.
If you can. I had one when I moved to the cow shed. To fit it out and whatever, but I think I cleared it in 3 months, but it was a bit of a struggle for those 3 months getting it cleared.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take out another one now. I just rather rely on cash flow through the business.
I'm the same, really. I probably will do something eventually, but at the moment I'm okay. Tommy's on about he used to be a UPS driver in America. UPS is a 100K job, free healthcare, pension 401K and stock options. Need that translating. Very rare here to get free benefits. UPS is a little bit different here, just like all the rest of the courier companies. I suspect the deals are.
Well, nobody can really offer free healthcare as a benefit here, can they? To be fair,
no, exactly.
Especially as the private sector hospitals have been nationalised.
Yeah, we do get offers of. I do. If I died in service, I will get looked after.
You'll get looked after if you die in service. You'll be dead.
You'll be dead, yeah. So we, relatives and so on, you don't get the financial burden and that. So, you know what I'm saying, like an insurance policy of personal insurance. That is there.
That's why I never take out life insurance, because if I die in service, they'll pay out far more than any life insurance policy would, unless it was paying a lot of money into it.
Yeah.
Something like 1.5 times my salary.
Somebody's on about, yes, UPS paid on performance there when I was there 15 years ago. Not sure if it's changed. Yeah, 15 years ago, they told me. Well, you must be really old, Tommy, then. Well, you did it when you were younger.
15 years ago, I was 21.
Oh. Yeah, I'm 45 now, so there you go.
Andrew, how much per month do you make from YouTube? Not a lot, it varies. Most of my income from YouTube is from super chats.
It's true.
If we were talking advertising revenue, it'd be a few pounds a month.
Yeah. You've really got to do well to get.
I might make 50p a day on advertising revenue.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to talk about.
I don't produce a lot of content or videos, pre-recorded either. Which,
yeah,
I think, you need to do really if you want to grow a YouTube channel.
Yeah, there's many examples online, isn't there, of people who are showing their incomes and so on. You can find out just searching on YouTube other people's incomes who really they've made a video on it, and some of them are really impressive. But you've really got to work hard at it.
Yeah, to me, it's not worth the effort to, I could produce content, 1 or 2 videos, but I could also be listing stuff during that time. So
I think
money on eBay, and eBay brings in more money than YouTube will. So
yeah. Well, you're probably getting the buzz from doing this sort of thing, aren't you? So.
I prefer lives because you get the interaction. That's what I'm doing YouTube for. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, this is the second time I've been on a chat, so so.
It's a social thing for me. YouTube. It's not a. Yeah, I monetize because it's webcams aren't free and whatever, but.
No.
But actually. Mine was kindly given to me by a subscriber, so it actually was free. But
yeah, I'm just using the MacBook camera on this one at the moment, but it's normally reasonable. I've got a Logitech in the other room, but at the moment I'm in here.
I've got 2. I've got a C920 and a C922.
Yeah.
I normally use the C920 because it's a little bit lighter than the 22. The 22 keeps, you'll see it fall backwards like that all the time just because of the weight of it. But the 22 is going to go on the new computer, and the 20 will be done for if I decide to broadcast further down. Yeah, I don't know where Krillin is today, Dave. I've not heard of him yet so far.
Krillin?
Hi, Michelle. How are you?
I mean, I had 2 C920s going into the laptop, and in Windows they fight for USB dominance, let's say. But in Mac mode, I got MacBook. Basically goes to Windows and so in Mac mode it's fine, but in Windows. So you did the good thing, go to the 922 because they won't fight. They'll be fine. Sorry, I'm a bit of a geek as well.
It made me one day actually do a 2 webcam setup and show what I'm doing with my hands.
Okay. Oh, hey, but, just using the mouse.
Doing listing and whatever, photography and all that kind of stuff. Could do.
You know what happens if you multitask, Andrew? You get pointed out with your glasses.
True. That was ridiculous.
That was ridiculous. I gave you full support on that, remember? So, anyway, we won't digress and give him promotion.
You're at car boot I was selling at the other week.
Yeah?
Just walked straight past. Thought fair enough.
Did he? I probably will eventually catch up with him because I'm involved with the retro community.
It was masked up as well. I was like, we're in Wales, it's not mandatory, but I understand the relations that people have.
I didn't realise you were that close to him, but there you go.
I used to go sourcing together. I used to go to car boots together and stuff. But c'est la vie.
So they're Dave, American.
Irish coffee. Yeah, we're not having none of that bloody whipped cream going on here.
Krill is my home slice. Owes me a coffee.
I don't even know what a home slice is.
I don't know. It's some homo slicing, I suppose. Is that allowed to be said?
Yeah, Tommy makes a good point here that about webcams. They don't change. They like the C920 and the C922. It's the same basic design that Logitech have had for years.
Yeah.
It's not like we're bringing out like your mobile phone.
Yeah.
Samsung will release one every few months, and Apple will do. And it gets better each time. This is the same webcam that people were using 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Then there's not one that's come on the market that has challenged it for dominance.
Yeah. I could go on a rant about Apple, but I'll be dragging the show down if you get my drift. I use old kit.
Shit me, I've got 7 messages.
Whoa, 7? Same person?
Spamming me.
Oh, what? Just something about clothing, I guess.
Yeah.
I've never had spam messages.
It can be very strange. Right, let's report that one for spamming.
I'll just say something about Apple very quickly. I follow Lewis Rosman online, and he fixes MacBooks and iPhones and anything related to Apple. And basically, your newer kit these days is rubbish. Basically, they got security chips in them. Now, the newest of the iPhones, I think, was it 11 or something like that? Was it 12 now? I don't know the codes. If you drop that and you did actually smash the glass, which I know it's tougher to do, your screen is coded to the phone.
You can't report messages on the app. That's fucking annoying. I have to be on the phone with you.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, it will cost you probably the value of the phone to get it fixed at this moment in time. As also, they've included what they call a security chip inside the newest MacBooks and the newest iPhones. And no one can get that chip. You have to work with Apple. And working with Apple, well, it's a nightmare. So I love my iPhone 6S. It's got plenty of memory, and it's going to be it's going to be hard to let that go when that one gives up the ghost. So there you go. That's my takes on it. Maybe I'll do a video on Apple and how bad they can become. Right, what's going on in the chat? Tell me, what's good digital camera? I want to know what's a good digital camera for video as well. But are we talking 4K or what we're doing? YouTube? What's your terms? I want a Google. Yeah. Hey, even the Sony A51 is good. I'm preferring deep deals, Dave. Any Sony? I like the Sony stuff actually. It's quite nice. Others are better for vlogging. Canon such as Sony. I still have a garbage 922. You think it's garbage? I haven't tried the 922. Do you think it's garbage, Andrew?
Sorry, I've just got to deal with this on eBay.
Yeah. All right. If anyone wants to join in, there's a link somewhere along here. I've only had 2 cans because I can't get to the fridge. It's a mile away. Or any other Royal Mail questions or any technical questions? IT, repairs? Yay. That's what I do. You seem like a nice lads. Hope you're having a good night. Rice P. I have a Nick on there. I love it. So many good stuff out there.
Right. He doesn't believe Hermione. Does the Krillin not believe that Leanne's Irish? Has he not come across you before? I think there's a more Irish person that I know.
Krill, you follow her on Instagram. You'll hear her talk. Or find the video when she was on Money Mental here. It'll be on there. So you probably, I don't know if you titled it "Leanne was here" or something.
No, nothing else about that.
Put it in the keywords, yeah. I don't know. Right, any funnies? Question: is watches worth repairing and selling on? Good question. I've never dabbled with watches, wristwatches. A friend of mine was well into the scene of expensive watches and that, but I've never dabbled with them. Have you ever traded in watches?
Not on eBay.
No.
I don't think I've ever sold any.
Watches
worth repairing and selling on Rolex.
Rolex, yeah. Made Del Boy rich, didn't it? When he found that particular watch. What am I saying? Tommy's on about watches. Yeah. You just got to know what you're looking at because of the fake market. And I think Brad had on his channel, Australian Brad, about someone who was Vero crushed. He lost his entire channel for selling a DVD that was it a DVD? Yeah, it was a DVD, I think. And it was 3 DVDs, and one of them was non-legit, and he's completely lost his entire eBay store, and he can't get it back. It's a final decision. Really, really weird. Yeah, batteries are cheap for watches. Knowledge is key with watches, I imagine. Absolutely. I'm not very good at looking after watches. They always get scuffed and damaged when I wear them. I don't wear them now. Just reading chat. I can hear. I live in a flat and I can hear people moving around upstairs. I'm wondering if I'm too loud now.
What are they doing?
Just walking around. He's an ear piercer. All that sort of thing. Piercings. Oof, not my thing.
Dave, how do you reset those SR3 coin mechs on the old arcade games? I'm assuming that means something to you.
I don't do coin mechs. My colleagues do that. I don't know. I know all I've seen is I don't know. All I'm doing is put them on free play, because at Play Bideford we're a free play arcade, and so it's either a button goes on the front or so on. If you want to look up playleisure.co.uk, that's the sales of old arcade machines. That's us. That's what I get involved with as well. So we're growing.
To Play Expo at Blackpool. Was that something that was affiliated with the Play brand, or?
No, it's completely separate. That is. I don't personally know those people, but they did well. I'm involved with the other one though, which is called Retro Revival, which is in Walsall, and they're the independent one. We don't really make a profit. We just run it, and at the moment, COVID's killed that off. So basically, every year I go with what is called the Southwest Amiga Group, and which is the old computers, and we exhibit there with them. And I know the owners. I know more. We normally have about 2,000 people come to it over the weekend. Really, really popular. And that's how I know the retro scene. So Leanne's talking. Dave, how you? Oh yeah, read that. How many we got watching here?
54 at the moment.
Crikey.
I was going to nip to the toilet. I'm still getting messages. How do I stop somebody? People in the chat. I blocked this person, but messages are still coming through. They never bought anything from me. It's another seller who's just, for some reason, decided to start spamming me. How do I stop this? I can't report onto eBay at the minute. I've just tried. How do I stop them from spamming me? That's your question to work out when I go to the bathroom.
Wow.
It's time for you to settle.
Yeah.
Go on, bedtime about it. Bedtime about it. Come on.
Oh God. I hope we don't hear what he's going to do in the bathroom. So, I've got the channel. So, what can I say? So, just going on the bit about what I was talking about then, Retro Revival. It's normally a room full of gamers playing the old arcade machines, playing every single console you can imagine, the imports to lot. You know, we have traders that sell various different games. Unfortunately, we're missing it at the moment because we can't do it. So there we go. Have we got anything on Andrew's question? eBay only banned them from buying from you, but they can still message, which is just stupid. From Mr. Vandal. Hello, I've never seen that name before. I used to repair a load at Go-Kart track. I work in the pub industry now. So mainly fruit machines, jukeboxes. Okay, have a look at playledge.co.uk, Green Beer Bear Peaks. Are you British? American? This is a little bit different. I think we just got our license to sell pubs and so on for fruit machines. We've got a few machines going out. We've got the Empire Strikes Back, which has been filmed. So yeah, it's just the old, power supplies, software in the computers, mainly arcade machines, the old traditional ones or new, whatever we can find. We've got about 100 of them at the moment. Dave, what is your favourite retro games? Okay, with my perfect lighting in here, you won't be able to see all of this, but on my channel, you will see a video of me going through some of these and actually having the competition to win a mug when I get to 200 subscribers. But there is a lot of here. I'll show you a console that you've never seen. If everything doesn't fall down. Right.
Has anyone answered the question?
What is that? Anyone in the chat? What is that? It lifts up here so you can put a CD in it, and it's a console. It says it right on there anyway, so you know what it is now. That's probably my favourite console, and of course, being part of the Southwest Amiga group, it says it all. Right, what's in the chat here? Yeah, CD32 tap paddler, but I presumed you were going to say that. It's probably one of the best. It was Commodore and Amiga's last-ditch effort to try and keep the keep the momentum going before it all folded.
What's that, the Atari Jaguar?
Oh, that's over here. That's on the video.
Yeah,
I've got one of them here, but it's not working, that one. I've got to fix it at some point. I just got it for... I had a bundle deal of that and about 5 other rarities, and I thought, yeah, I'll have them for about 70 quid. Jaguars get for stupid money now. In fact, the CD32 now goes for stupid money. Even the joystick part of it is 50 quid.
They had a boxed Amiga for sale in cash converters in Wrexham the other week.
Oh, which particular model do you know?
Oh, I can't remember now. I looked it up and it was going for about 200 on eBay.
Yeah.
And they were after 130 for it. So I did think about going in there and saying, look, I'll give you 100 quid. But
yeah, if you see this one, this is the Amiga 1200.
Yeah, which could have been that. Don't know.
The best one of the range, really, of this type of computer. That is worth roughly 300 to 400 quid.
Probably wasn't that one then, because whatever I looked up was going for about 200 quid boxed on eBay.
Yeah, box increases it considerably.
It was one where it's like I could buy that, put it in a cupboard for a few years, and it'd probably be worth more. But
exactly what I did. I've got piles of them here. It's a bit of a gamble it was. I bought loads and loads of things with a load of the money I had left. I just bought loads of Amigas for the show, really, for the show at Walsall. And I never sold them. But what I will tell everyone this: if you do pick up one of these or one of the other ones of the family, like the 500 was the very first one with the modulator that comes out of the plug, you will find something called capacitors that are faulty inside. And some of them have a battery inside which leaks. A Varta battery. The 500 has a Varta battery in it. Now, when it leaks, it puts acid everywhere. And it goes green inside. And it wrecks it. And it has to be repaired. And the capacitors, little cans, are on the boards. About, I don't know, they're put in there, 20 years ago. They will leak. They will die. They have to be replaced. So when you plug it into your telly and you plug it in and all the rest of it and try and use it, you'll find it unstable. You'll find it goes weird, particularly with Amiga and maybe some Commodore 64s. I don't know. But a lot of the old kit sometimes need repair. So there you go, a little thing, just so you're aware.
Julie's popped in. Hi, Julie.
Going to talk something normal in a minute. Have we found a way of blocking? They did say you can block it from buying, but not from chatting. They were saying earlier, which isn't really that helpful. Oh, TurboGrafx. Yes.
I'll report to eBay tomorrow and say, look, just stop them.
Yeah.
7 messages, 12 messages I've had now in the space of 2 minutes. Hi, Dwayne. She's got it in her head that I've got the same image as her, but I've looked at it and I haven't, and it's a brand new item anyway, so chances are I've got a stock image on it.
You're right, Derek. There was one there. TurboGrafx is in there as well, but that's a shell at the moment because it's all rattling inside. That little chap there.
But it's still messaging me, Derek. It doesn't seem to stop him.
Okay. That little device there is one of my favourites. I know I can't see it. I can't improve the camera, can I? That is a Commodore CDTV. Basically, it looks like a hi-fi unit with a CD player. What you got there?
You can lose your eBay account for that, Queenie, so I wouldn't do that.
You've got to be really careful, haven't you? Anyway, that Commodore CD-TV is rare. It looks like a DVD player. And basically, Commodore thought that everyone would be wanting to sit in front of their tellies before the Amiga came out and play discs and game that way. And they were wrong. So they did a deal where they were buying back all the CD-TV discs that weren't sold before the Amiga 1000 came out, and then of course the 500 came out and all that. Anyway, I'm getting deep into Amiga stuff here. I better not, because I'll just bore everyone to sleep. Right, what else we got on here?
Julie's having a bad day by it. It sounds of it. It's giving a full refund and still got negative feedback. It's annoying when that happens. Always try sending them a feedback revision when they've cut them down.
Yeah. You sometimes can follow up a few days later, can't you? And they might be a bit more willing to.
Might be a bit more reasonable after that.
Yeah.
So here says he remembers his Cooker 1200 very well.
Yeah, AGA 1200. The AGA is a chipset. It's better graphics, basically. And of course, he used to work in Dixon's, and Dixon's was very, very linked in with Commodore Amiga and all the rest of them at the time. So yeah.
Reseller Kids popped in. Hi, Peter.
Hi there, Peter. Is it Peter? Is it? All right, okay. I just know him as the kid. Come on, Z. Come on say hello properly, because
you know he's probably in his underpants right now.
Oh no! Please no! Don't forget.
We now know what Zahir likes to do late at night. He likes to wander his house naked or semi-naked, so that he can scare his wife.
Yes. What a household they have there.
I've also heard that and this is breaking news, that the reason that Zahir hasn't done any gaming of late is because Beck is now pregnant with their 15th child.
Oh, you're joking.
True story.
True story. You heard it here. You heard it here, folks.
Breaking news. Zahir about to have his 5th. In fact, we need a banner for that.
We do. And they're going to name it Krillin. I could do go and get that drink. I think I'm going to get a drink. See if we can get someone else on here as well. Might find my lighting controls.
I don't even know what we're looking at now. It's some kind of. This is where Dave takes his victims back. Got onto eBay. Yeah, they'll say with the back. They'll just put it down as buyer experience. Thule. Try to negotiate with them. To be, I mean, I've got a couple of negatives. It doesn't make any difference really. And they drop off after 12 months. I had a neutral from somebody the other day saying something had arrived late. It probably didn't. They probably just didn't look at the expected delivery. But c'est la vie. But a private message from Mad Store today. I'm doing discounts on all of my products. Thank you for that.
Right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, still a little bit in here.
Tech Moans video. Don't even know what that.
I got a torch. That's me room.
Well, I went to B&M to buy some light bulbs the other day, and it didn't have any of the buggers.
That's
and
not
every
good.
time I go, problem is every time I go into B&M to buy something that isn't for the business, I end up buying stock. So I'm going to have to ban myself from going to B&M because it's cheaper for me to pay more for light bulbs somewhere else.
Yeah.
Anyone had any good boot sale finds recently?
Okay.
I mean, I got a Sony stereo for £2 at the boot sale last week. It's fully working.
Right. Is that cassette deck one or
CD one?
CD-ROM and just a couple of speakers and an aerial. Yeah. Okay. They're normally quick flips. Sometimes I find. It can go.
I'll sell it on Facebook. I have the stuff that I do on Facebook that I like. I won't ship electronics most of the time because I can just flip them quick on Facebook.
That makes sense.
Get the buyer to turn up to my house. They grab it. They go away. They're happy. There's no worrying about whether it gets there intact or anything like that.
No, that's true.
And I usually just I price it. I put it on for about 10% less than I would on eBay. Fake news says here he's not agreeing that he's had 15 children.
Fake news.
But yeah, I did actually go sourcing at Car Boots on Monday. I'll tell you what I did pick up. I thought it was in here.
Right.
Where have I put it? Hang on.
What, electronics?
I'll be back. I picked up something really cool at the Car Boot, and I need to. It's on a light related theme actually. I thought I bought it off. Hello. Hello.
Cheers for anyone's drinking with Andrew. Right, I haven't really been reading the chat for the last time. Matt's got to read it in order. Dave, do you watch Nostalgia Nerd? 8-Bit Guy, Tech Moan, if not, I reckon. Yeah, Nostalgia Nerd and Octavius. I've met Octavius and Nostalgia Nerd. 8-Bit Guy is good. He's really intelligent. If you look at Retro Man Cave, he's a good friend of mine. And the video with me in it. Look for Southwest Amiga and Retro Man Cave on YouTube. You'll see what I do. Southwest Amiga and Retro Man Cave. Just type those words. It should come up. And I'm in there being interviewed. If you've got the user ID, if you've got the user ID, they won't be able to message you unless they have bought something from you.
What a TIE Fighter light at the boot sale for myself. I get paid £15 for it.
Oh, absolutely wicked. So what, the middle bit lights up on LED, like an LED?
Yeah.
Look at that.
That is so cool.
It is cool. It probably looks better in real life than on the screen here. So yeah. Does it glow?
So that's my new lighting for drinking with Andrew. A TIE Fighter.
You get a bit of a collection of bits and pieces there, aren't you?
Yeah, I probably need to actually sell some of it. But yeah, hello, boy. Do you want to come with me? Come on, Matty. Come on. Up you come. Can I help you?
Do you have collection? Do you collect things or not?
I do.
You know, as in,
stuff anyway.
Yeah,
Star Trek.
Yeah.
There is some stuff I've got in my collection that has massively increased in value, so I do occasionally think about selling it. But yeah, most of my collection's in boxes because I haven't. The house is full of stock at the minute.
Sure. Well, same here. This entire flat. This is a 2-bedroom flat with it's just entirely covered. Because you went to your storage unit. I went from a storage unit to the flat. I just brought it all in. That was hard work. Right. Anything else I've been asking? I wonder. While you playing with Bardi?
JP's popped in. Hey, JP.
Hello there.
JP sorts me out with some good clothing deals.
Who's telling me I look like a dentist?
I don't think anyone can see you to see what you look like. Go on, sit. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm live with a TIE fighter.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, Gimbal. Yeah, if you look up Retro Man Cave, he's a good man. He's just, I've been, as I say, he comes to our Bristol meets, Southwest Meet group, and we've been covered on there, and it's blown up for us like anything. It's just massive. In fact, we should have been having the Southwest Amiga group meet in Bristol tomorrow, but as there's everything, we can't do that. Can't even have 30 people in the same building, I think, at the moment. So.
Have you watched Star Trek Below Deck? I watched the first episode. I haven't had the time to watch anything more yet. I'll probably catch up when the whole series is done.
Below Deck? I don't know that one. What's that?
It's the new animation.
Oh, I won't watch that then, probably. I probably won't have watched that.
See Andrew's TIE Fighter. See my TIE Fighter? Bertie, look! TIE Fighter.
I did watch Picard.
And you got a TIE Fighter.
Yeah.
And you got a TIE Fighter. Yeah.
You're getting excited for no reason.
It's a TIE Fighter. Should be excited for that. Look at this. Yeah. Look. Bertie, look. TIE Fighter. TIE Fighter.
Falcon.
Oh, he's gone.
Derek, I haven't got a Falcon here. I have seen one, and it's a beautiful machine. But of course, I'm an Amigan, so it's not going to happen. But I do have that there. Yeah, I know.
He's gone to bed.
My wisdom tooth is killing me, says Judy Pearson. Yeah, I've been through that. I think most of us probably have been through that by now. We're not doctors, but I do know that ibuprofen helped a lot with my problem with wisdom tooth. Mine is now out. Some have to have surgery for that. But yeah, it certainly helps. What's Schoolboy Arid Guns talking about? It's the first time I've heard that name. It's happening when I first started listening. The big invoice happens in the middle of the month when you've forgot all about it. Yeah, on eBay. That has been a bit of a problem before.
I pay my fees daily.
Oh, good point.
I don't. So my invoice is just for me shop.
Yeah,
that comes through. So I usually pay that off at the start of the month, and then it's done. I used to wait for the big bill. Yeah. But too often you find that you haven't quite got the money for it. So, and then they stop you from listing until it's paid. So,
yeah,
that happened to me once. So yeah, after that, I was like, right, I'm paying every day from now on.
I think I don't earn a lot of money, to be honest with you, but to be honest, I get paid weekly with Royal Mail, so I've always got a little cushion in there. But I'm only part-time, 20 hours, so it's not massive. But when that 15th of the month or whatever it is comes along, then they take that out, and it's like, I ain't got any money now. But
I'm moving on to the managed payments week after next, apparently. So
yep,
I won't have to worry about sending a daily payment through, because it'll just be taken straight away from what the buyer paid.
That's exactly what seems to be happening. I'm on my third payment now, and I was the first. So this is what, day number 4 for me.
All
right, so far.
Yeah, I'm just going to see how it goes. I'm going to put next week. The plan is not to do any sourcing next week, so I've got a little bit of a cushion built up just in case there's any issues with the managed payments coming through.
You think you need to source? So if you've got loads of stock, haven't you? Like I have. I mean,
yeah,
I
I don't need to source, but my plan next year is that everything that I raise, rather than be, because at the minute I reinvest everything into the business. Yeah. But next financial year, I'm talking now. I want to be actually putting everything I raise from the business into my gambling debts. Sure. So I want a healthy backlog of stock so that I can list for a year without having to worry about anything. I'll still pick up the odd bits here and there. I won't stop sourcing entirely, so I don't think it's possible for me to do that, but I certainly won't be sourcing to the degree of doing it. I want to try and put 1,000 a month aside, basically, for the debts. So,
yeah, well, that's a good plan. I'm down to about officially probably about $6,000 left to pay off of my massive debt that I have.
I've got 22,000 to pay off. So, if I put I pay over 500 a month aside on it anyway. If I put another 1,000 a month in, that'll start knocking some of the debts off. So the amount that goes towards the other ones will increase each month. So theoretically, I could do it within a year.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Do I still gamble? No, I don't gamble now.
Yeah. Do you own that place?
We have our challenge next week. We do, Derek, the listing challenge next week.
Ooh.
So I've done source for that. I've got plenty of stuff to list for that. I've got bags full of clothing downstairs that I'm going to put through.
Yeah. We have out a listing challenge. Yes, I haven't had any issues with managed payments. No, I haven't. And actually, I thought I was going to have issues. Sole trader. And so my business address is, in theory, is actually at my mum's place where I was when I started eBay. And in this flat in the middle of Barnstable here, I mean, I can't really officially use it as a business, but I am. So I don't really bring any post here that is related to any business-related post, I suppose. So any returns goes back to my mum. So I thought managed payments would bring that up because I've heard Nick having problems, and I've heard a few other people having problems with setup with managed payments. And no, it went sell through. No problem at all.
No, I don't have any issues getting the set up. Just giving me bank details, gave a screenshot of my bank account, and job done.
Really? Did I do that? I might have uploaded a PDF of my bank statement. I might have done that. I can't remember now.
I can't.
I did a video on it.
The thing I'm having an issue with at the minute is trying to set up a business account with Revolut, because I heard that
the mobile app.
Yeah, it's just.
I got banned on there.
You got banned?
Revolut. REVULOT, something like that. Revolut. Yeah. About 5 years old now. Yeah, I was using them with Bitcoin. Does that sound right?
Yeah, they don't like that.
Well, that's how they all started. I think we're talking the same thing here. I'm not sure, but there was an app where you could get a card from them, and they used to transfer money between one person to another person. We're through there. I think that's how it worked. I could be wrong, and I did get banned actually.
What the hell were you doing?
Trading I was doing back then when I got into a bit of trouble. Yeah, that's another story. I used to give money to a scammer in Indonesia.
All right.
And yeah, it was genuine enough, but then again, I never paid anything back. That's another story. You can't trust everyone these days.
I can't even trust my dog not to run away sometimes.
Oh, you do well with her tonight. Him tonight. You wouldn't go very far.
He don't like. He's not had a good day. Going to the vets, it shakes him up. He don't like it in there.
Yeah. Someone's just left. Bye, Todd. Bye, Todd.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look at my status of my application with Revolut and see what brilliant things they're asking for me now. They wanted invoices. They wanted contracts with my customers. And I was like, well, I sell on eBay, so I don't have a contract.
Okay. Oh, Revolut. That is a different logo. Oh, okay, that's a different logo. I've just Googled Revolut.com. REVL. Get more money. Get more from your money. Maybe just change their logo. Oh, am I on my own? I just looked away and I seem to be on my own. Oh, did I kill you?
I closed the run tab.
I went away looking at Revolut on web browser and it had a different logo, but it looked like the same company. Didn't I?
But yeah, they even know. I spent about 2 hours with their live chat. Like, can you prove you're a business in the UK? It's like, well, you know, here's my eBay store. My business details are all on there. What more do you want? Here's my PayPal statements. No, none of it enough. They're like, oh, we need to see your what you've got. We need to see your bank statement for your business account. I was like, but the whole reason I've signed up with you is to get a business account. So how can I do that?
It is really difficult to open bank accounts when you run into trouble with your credit rating. I had that with myself. And my debts went high. So
I've got a Cash Plus business account set up.
Yeah.
That was easy. So I understand why Revolut are being so difficult about it.
Yeah.
But they're not
just going to say, someone's talking about Revolut added Bitcoin support a couple of years ago. We did use it for Bitcoin back then. But so did
I wanted to use Starling for business account, but not taking new applications. So
great.
So I couldn't do that. So at the minute, I'm having to use my personal bank account for managed payments, which is not what I want. I want to use a business account for it, which is why I was going around, because they sent me this email saying, "Oh, you're a managed payments." I thought, I better set up a business account then.
Yeah, but I'm using my personal account. My personal account's for everything, and I use QuickBooks Self-Employed to split it out into different bits and pieces.
So do I, but it's just additional.
Yeah. But managed payments is now you got to have a different mindset. It's going to be, yeah. I mean, not bother. We'll see how it goes. But I will say, anyone in the chat who's both me and Andrew have had debt issues with whatever madness we've done in the past, and I've done mad things. One thing I will say is I turned to that charity organization.
Step Change, was it?
Step Change.
Yeah.
It was one of the best things I ever did. Was actually, and I didn't talk to them on the phone at first. I filled in an application form online. Explained my debts. I think it went through it all. and it worked out a debt payment plan. But they reassured you that getting into debt, well, let's put it this way: you've got to live. You've got to do. You are important, is what they were trying to say to me on the phone. I wrote letters to all my debts that I owed. I had about 15 debts at the time, which were mostly payday loans, because of what I ended up in. And I will say that they were forced into accepting the terms of that, of pretty much receiving like really small amounts of money as part of a debt payment. So basically, you pay money. You pay 150 quid a month to say step change. Step change will work out. They get a quid. They get 2 quid, 3 quid, and so on. That's how it works. And God, did it help me get back on track. So I just thought I'd put that out there. Step change are worth it. Let's getting back into the drink. You want another Taurus?
I've got plenty here.
Yeah, I'm on my third. I'm slow.
Just trying to get PayPal to generate me a statement, but not happening. Yeah, Revolut. They said they need an invoice to show a purchase I've made. So I sent them an invoice for some packaging I purchased yesterday. Now can I have the corresponding bank statement? So I'll send them the PayPal statement, which they'll refuse again.
Yeah.
Like it needs to be from a bank account. I was like, but I pay by PayPal for everything. So
sure. PayPal's so easy to pay for things.
So I use for business purchases, I use my PayPal balance to pay for stuff.
Yeah, I get you.
The business is self-funding, so they can't get their heads around it. That a business could be an entire digital entity, even though they're a digital online bank themselves.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put it through, and then I'm going to write a long letter to the CEO when they refuse that, to say how absolutely ridiculous it is.
I do use my personal account for everything.
And I've also asked them to cancel my application, which they've refused to do. Right. So that's not actually legal. So I'm going to point that out as well. I've requested in writing for the application to be cancelled, and this request was ignored. Or wasn't ignored, was responded to say that they weren't going to cancel my application, which is against GDPR.
Yeah. Well, I did say I just used a personal account for it. I have been considering trying to get a business account from TSB. TSB is the one that's...
They refused me a business account at TSB. I applied for one. They said no, didn't pass credit check. So TSB can be personal banking. So
yeah, I'm TSB.
It's the fault of the apocalypse, because all of these banks are doing bounce back loans now.
Yeah,
they don't want anyone. And if you've got a business account with them, you're automatically eligible for a bounce back loan. They don't want to give it to people, so they refuse new applications unless you got a flawless credit record.
Well, this is what was worrying me about my records, which is clearing up.
So
I might just carry on as I am.
Yeah, I got a Cash Plus business account, no problem. So I'll probably switch to that. But I just wanted to use Revolut because you can only do 3 transfers a month. So money from Cash Plus into my bank account, I can only do 3 times a month without getting a fee charged.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to a car boot, you want to take out cash for that on a weekly basis. They charge 2 quid to take out cash. So I'd rather just transfer the money into my bank account and not have to pay a fee to withdraw it. But if I can only do that 3 times a month, and there's 4 boot sales or 5 sometimes, 5 weekend months I want to go to, then I'm going to have to start paying bloody fees. But Revolut do up to 5 transfers, which is ideal. That's why I want to sign up for them. And if you want more than 5, they only charge 20p for the transfer, as Cash Plus charge £1. Which doesn't sound like huge amounts, but it soon adds up.
It does.
If you think about that, it's an extra, could be an extra 20 or 30 quid a year I'm paying out there that I don't have to.
No.
So
this state, isn't it? Trying to sort things out like that.
So that's why I'm trying to get on Revolut, but they're making such an arse out of it.
There was another company I was registering with back along, but they no longer have UK bank accounts, and that was an online thing, and they were based in Germany. I can't remember their name at the moment. Might have their card here hanging around. I did get that bank account.
But yeah, being in debt is hard, people. So don't do it.
It is. Look after your payments. Even though we've all been through crazy times at the moment.
But yeah, I mean, I'm lucky. I've got a profitable business. Got a full-time wage coming in. So
we could have been really unlucky, resellers, that is, if COVID turned out to be important mail only. It could have gone down that way. And then what would have us lot done? No parcels. It could have been just paper, and that's it. But no, Royal Mail is private. So we had to keep the shareholders happy. I mean, at the post office, they were moaning because they were owned by the government. They're saying, we're still... I remember actually right at the beginning of the crisis, the post office used to say, why are we taking so much stuff? Why are we taking so much stuff? This is not all important mail. And of course, Royal Mail, wanted it to happen because of the shareholders. But, it was a bit of a fight of means. So we were just normal.
We're also on the essential services list as well.
Yeah, we were. And we volunteered. We volunteered through the union to do it. And to look after the... we wanted to become the 5th emergency service, what the union proposed to the government. But Royal Mail themselves says, nah, we don't really want to be that. Right, what's going on in the chat here, guys? Puzzles were important for good mental health. If through Royal Mail, or sending, puzzle sales were up, weren't they? So
yeah,
I've struggled selling puzzles in the past. Canada Post is still public. Good on them. Keep it that way. Online shopping too important to the economy now to shut it down. Absolutely, it's very, very important. Hey, Dave. The other Dave or the other Dave or me? Hello, Leanne.
Yeah, the hope is that the growth in online, and we're starting to see that. Amazon has taken on 7,000 more jobs, so it might mitigate some of the absolute decimation that's happening to the rest of the economy.
Yeah.
And we need we need a strong economy, whatever area we're in, because that's what generates customers. If nobody's working, nobody's spending.
Well, Sunak needs to get the money back as well, doesn't he? So
that's less of a worry than actually having an economy still standing. We can we default on loans to banks all the time, but because we just wait for the bank to go bust. We know that if a bank, the thing is, right, if we've borrowed £1 trillion, say, from a bank, we know full well we can turn around to them and say, you'll go bust if we don't pay this back. So we're going to renegotiate our terms here. So it's, getting the money back is less of a worry in that regard, because we're in a strong negotiating position where we borrow from the banks, but we dictate what happens in terms of their repayments. And if we don't like what they say, we nationalise them. As happened in 2008.
It did, didn't it?
People I saw somebody said something the other day about the country's going to go bankrupt and whatever. Not really. It's not really a thing that can happen, because if it looks like it is, we'll just nationalise everyone that we owe money to. All of a sudden, that debt's gone. It's when we start borrowing money internationally that you get a problem.
One thing that's sort of in and out of the news at the moment is Euro and our exit strategy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been overshadowed by COVID, because last year was all about that and that. So,
well,
this is a political channel.
We were stockpiling a lot of stuff for a no-deal Brexit, and now we've used all that stuff we stockpiled.
Yes.
During the apocalypse, because supply chains effectively didn't exist anymore. There's entire sectors of the economy where if you try and buy stuff from, you can't, because they're just not there anymore.
Yeah.
So all those stockpiles are gone now. So we're a bit screwed with Brexit at the minute. So it's not really a priority.
Well, interesting just to come on stockpiling, because PPE was the big one with COVID, and being a key worker, I needed gloves and sanitizer. Right at the beginning, you could say it was a bit of a scramble to try and get hold of stuff in our depot for us. And I did actually, at one point, right at the beginning, I actually took a box of gloves from my stock that I had here and actually took it into Royal Mail, because we didn't have any, and they were gone within a day. But that was stupid. But I just did it, and of course, over the period we've had, at the moment it's fine, but we did struggle to get something to protect ourselves with. And washing is probably more important than anything, just keeping those hands clean.
Well, what we're going to see probably next year now is because a lot of manufacturers have repurposed. Likes of Burberry and whatever now are producing PPE. There's alcohol distilleries that are producing a lot of the hand sanitizer we buy. So that's why all of a sudden the stocks are out there, because the companies who didn't produce that stuff in the past are now producing it. But that means they're not producing what they produced as part of the day-to-day business. So next year we're going to see different kinds of shortages, but it'll be in sectors and areas that are not essential. They don't, nobody's going to be too bothered, like the fact Burberry haven't produced a new bloody dress range or whatever for 2021, because actually they're producing PPE and selling that. But I think that could have a positive effect on us, where we could see, because there's that supply that was there of these high-end products is now gone, and we've got loads of it in our staff piles and whatever, we could see the prices of that increasing. Because people are going to have to look online for stuff that they didn't get before. Here he is.
Yeah, we got someone else with us now.
He's here.
Good God, it's Rob.
You were dead.
Top of the morning to you.
Nice to meet you finally, Rob.
Finally, Dave. I've seen you in the chat for 3 years, but finally got to meet you quick. Is there a reason why you don't have the lights on?
Because I can't find my mobile phone to control it.
You have a phone that controls your lights? Wow, it's fancy.
It's a fancy light. Look at his light.
This is the future. This is the light you want, Dave.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
What is that?
It's it's Star Wars, Curran.
Oh, it's a Star Wars themed light.
Sci-fi.
I didn't know you were
Greatest
such
light in the world.
a Star Wars fan.
It's the greatest film series in the world.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Krill, if you
Not
look
the
on Nick's channel, and when he came in and Andrew challenged the chat to Star Wars questions, and he was absolutely rocking the chat. He was the king of Star Wars. He knows everything.
Wait, Nick challenged Andrew to Star Wars?
Nick did a quiz. Was it on Let's Quizzical, or was it on main channel?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, Andrew.
I'm pretty good at. I only know the originals. I mean, the newer ones. I mean, the ones from the '90s. I was probably drunk when I saw them.
Yeah.
But you know, even though I retired from drinking, but Andrew just kept moving.
The 90s ones you probably need to be drunk to watch. To be honest, they were dire.
Yeah, bosses.
Anything since the original trilogy is dire.
I mean, I did like the '90s ones better than. I saw only the first one of the recent. And I just thought that was just a huge copy off of the original one.
Yeah,
it was like the same plot. So it's like
there's some person popped in here who doesn't seem to know my name. Is it Nigel Hills has popped in?
Nigel. Come on, Nigel.
He's in the bar.
Niklaus.
He's in the bar. I don't want him joining us from the bar. That might be a step too far.
Yeah, that'd be taking
but you guys
of a level.
You know what? I got to ask you another quirky thing about the UK, because I know, Andrew, you know all the nuances of the UK versus the United States. Now,
greatest country in the world.
You guys really what?
Greatest country in the world.
Yes, the United States. Yeah, I know. So, now the question is, you guys, I hear. I mean, because I'm just observing this. You don't really use short nicknames, like you don't say like my name is Robert, and then you'd call somebody Bobby for Robert.
Well, yes, we do. Or like we would call them Rob.
Rob or Bob. I got a mate called Rob or Bob.
Yeah. Okay. So if somebody is
this may come as a massive shock, right? But Nick's name isn't Nick; it's Nicholas.
Yeah,
Nikolaus.
Yeah, he's Nicholas.
Yeah, and this guy this guy over here, officially, is not called Andrew. He's called Drew.
That is not.
Yeah, see, in America, it would be Andy. They would say Andy.
That's true.
Andy's just gay.
Yeah, Andy. Yeah, that's true. And
Dave,
and
also like
nothing wrong with being gay, but Andy gives a different type of impression to what Andrew does.
Now, let me ask you this. Now, would somebody William? Would you call him Billy? I mean, I know there's Prince William, but of course,
Bill.
Bill.
Yep, definitely.
Okay,
Bill.
but no, obviously, people don't call like Prince Bill. That's not because he's the prince.
There's a certain. It's like we don't call Prince Charles Charlie.
Yeah, but no, we call Charlie Chuck.
I know. Chuck. We do call Queen Elizabeth Liz or Lizzie.
Okay.
Charlie's a drug.
And also Thatcher too. Maggie, don't you say Maggie?
Yeah, we say Maggie. Yeah. There has to be a certain element of familiarity with somebody before you shorten a name, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, nobody in work would ever call me anything other than Andrew.
True.
Yeah, in a work environment, you're saying like.
And we got Aid Walden in the chat. I'm sure he's Adrian, isn't he?
Yeah, he's Adrian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, is your name David or just Dave?
My birth certificate says David.
Okay, so it is David. Okay, all right.
Is Dave?
Yeah, just for the short. Okay. And now, what? No, Krillin is a fictitious character from a cartoon.
Is it?
Yes. That's not my name is Robert. That's just and it's a fictitious character who I was like, you know what, I'm gonna change the name anyway, and then it's like, you know, and then I just didn't. So I was just like,
that's why everyone says Krillin says hi.
Krillin says hi, yeah, like that.
Now, Dave, where do you live?
I'm in the southwest, to keep it simple for you.
In where?
The southwest. There's a little, we look like a boot. The UK looks like a boot. Yeah.
Is that Southampton? Southampton?
Oh, you know Southampton? That's in America as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we have it. Yeah, because we have like my island. I live obviously not the island. I don't own the island.
No.
I live,
yeah.
I live. My island is called Long Island.
Long Island. Yeah.
Yeah, and what happened is there's one half of the island is the British side.
Yes.
And it's called Suffolk, which I'm sure now.
Yeah.
Do you have a city or a county called Suffolk?
It's a county.
Yes.
County.
That's so. Yeah, we have a county called Suffolk.
Yeah.
And at the end of Suffolk County is the Hamptons. Okay.
Okay.
There's the different towns. There's a Norwich.
That's where Paris Hilton gets naked.
What's up?
That's where Paris Hilton films sex videos.
Hold on. I can't hear you. You guys are not coming. All right, can you repeat that?
I said that's where Paris Hilton does her sex videos.
I don't know where she's filming her sex videos.
I don't know. She's still around?
It's in the Hamptons.
Yeah, in the Hamptons.
Yeah, that's where she does it.
I don't know. I'm zooming in.
You know too much.
I think I might have a bad connection. Let me jump out and jump back in.
Okay.
He's gone now. He's gone forever.
Just as this comment came up as well.
Oh, super chat, isn't it?
No.
Cake crew. Oh no, you tapping right. We serve long. Oh, okay.
Some dickheads disappearing off. Don't know who.
Oh, Leanne, you could have joined us.
Should be flicking the bean over me. So kill me for saying that. I will now die.
I have to translate that for Robert. Oh dear. Yeah.
The rental they're talking about. Yeah. Apparently, I'm a dickhead.
Dickhead of the week.
At least you used the correct.
We need the hyphen thingy, apostrophe.
I'm not sure that's close enough. Nick's got a question for you.
Hey. Favorite vintage arcade machine? Well, thank you for the question. It's not unusual, I guess. Going back, the best there was actually there's a place called Arcade Club in the UK, and it's got all the best arcades in the world in there. And it's in Bury, and there's another one in Leeds, and they're trying to open one in Blackpool. Now they did a poll of all the best games, and they kept going through them all. And in the end, Bubble Bobble won. And that is possibly one of the best games in the world. That came, and also Outrun, the driving game. Two of the best games in the world.
Where are you?
Now, Dave, is that where you're from, Southampton?
I'm from South Molton.
I'm sorry.
But,
I'm going to leave you to flirt for a second when I go to the toilet.
I said I was in the southwest. Southampton's in the south.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Are you guys getting a bad? This is just my connection, I'm assuming. So if I ask you to repeat something, I apologize ahead of time.
You're 100% here.
Okay, so yeah, because I'm getting robot sounds. All right.
Is it my?
I don't know.
Is it? Southampton is in the bottom of the country.
Shit.
So
let me try again because you just sound like Mr. Roboto.
So I'm left on my own. Let's see if anyone's replied to the arcade. Alex the Kid is a Sega game, I believe. It's a very good game, so it's a good shout. It took on Sonic and that, didn't it? I think that one. Yes, good shout. All right, not Outrun though. Yeah, Outrun did really well. If we're going to go right back to the early stuff, then I would probably say I think Gallagher was one of the best. I've got Gallagher 88, and that is a really, really good game. If we're going to go back to that. My mum was addicted to Outrun. Yeah, I'm addicted to the music. I absolutely adore the music of Outrun. Yeah, I love it. And you can actually complete it in about 20 minutes in the arcade machine. So it's that good. Dave needs to play electric. Yeah, all right, Aid. You need to give me a hand because we're all in debt. What else is it? I was addicted to Arkanoid. Arkanoid is a fantastic batting ball game. But if you played it on the arcade, you'd have a spinner as a controller. So you'd actually spin backwards. Right. Really good game. It's just a bit addicted at times. It can be a bit annoying, I mean.
Is Krillin dead?
Krillin went again and come back. And then he went again. He's getting robot noises. Loved Arkanoid, yeah. Any more games that anyone from the arcades?
You're not used to Andrew being on the seat, are you? You're not used to me being on the seat.
It's hypnotising. There's a magical sound shower, and
I was always a House of the Dead.
House of the Dead. We just sold that.
Or Time Crisis.
Yeah, we've got Time Crisis. We've got Time Crisis 2, 3, and 4 in the in the place.
Time Crisis 2 was the best.
It is actually. A lot of people love that. House of the Dead, yeah, it's all right.
I do have some retro gaming knowledge, which is why I was, briefly who wants to be a something champion.
And you still are. I mean, I couldn't have gone through those questions myself, to be honest with you. And that fake question, I'll put it on record now. That guy got the damn question completely wrong because he didn't do his research before recording that. And the answer was completely wrong. So I went for the best or nearest guess to the correct answer. Anyway, moving on. Operation Wolf. Yes, good game. Operation Thunderbolt. And we've got Line of Fire, which is for sale at the moment if you've got a few quid hanging around. Asteroids. Brilliant. Vector game. Vector games are worth a fortune. Now, reseller tip of the day. If you ever see something called a Vectrix, which is basically a small portable unit with a little control panel, they're worth a fortune. You probably won't see them because they never come up at boot sales, but they are worth an absolute fortune. And games are being made today for it. Paperboy, yeah, steering wheel, rare as swear word. The steering wheel mechanism. There was game shows, and one of them was based on Paperboy. Forgot which one it was. I'm actually very close to the game's animal, who was Dave Perry, who was on Sky, and he lives nearby, and I know him quite well. Loves me new Mario Kart arcade. The new one is really good, the Mario Kart on the arcade. Really is good. Also like Pac-Man and Space Invaders. Yeah, they're really, really good. Traditional games are really fantastic. I have paper for the 48 spaghetti. Now, I'm sorry if I'm digressing here. There is something called the Spectrum Next, and I don't know if I can post in chat, but there's at the moment a Kickstarter going and it's currently at 1.5 million. And basically, the Spectrum is back. So if you want a Spectrum for about 300 quid, you can buy them, and they're fantastic. I've been part of that. People who helped bring that back. Anyway, what else is going on? Paperboy was okay. It is okay. Only played it on Spectrum, fair enough. Clacks, yes, good game. You build up the blocks, they fall off a conveyor belt and you build them up. Really good game. Yeah, I remember it was Punch and Judy or something. Punch and Judy. Might be the world. I just remember watching it on early morning TV. Get Fresh had a load of good games on it when I was. Marble Madness, yes. Atari, brilliant game. Big Doug. Didn't play that one much, but I'm aware of it. So where's Krillin gone?
He's not come back. Krillin has died. Breaking news. Krillin is dead. Long live Krillin.
Yeah, we had good reception from him, but Krillin has obviously been eaten by the robot. Also got addicted to the music from GTA 1. I didn't play GTA. Sorry, Derek. Didn't play it.
His name's Ed.
Yeah, I know, but Derek is involved with the programming of the user interface of GTA.
Just not that version.
Yeah, just not that version, yeah. But there was a game before that on the Amiga. I forgot the name of it, though, which was like GTA. And then it became famous.
You're not saying that Rockstar stole content ideas?
Oh, yeah.
That surely never happened.
What was it called? There was an overhead game where you used to steal cars and drive around. Sounds fairly familiar, doesn't it? It was just overhead. It was really basic. Can't remember what it was called.
Oh, yeah. All my time.
Get on.
I did a little bit of, it was Jungle Strike on the Commodore.
Jungle Strike, that rings a bell. Why do I know that?
I know it was on the Mega Drive, but I can't remember if it was on the Commodore as well.
I recognise it.
Yeah, Resident Evil 1 definitely wasn't an overhead car stealing game.
Yeah. See, you were pretty good at questions like that on that other channel we were talking about earlier. But again, I wouldn't have been any good at that because I didn't play PlayStation stuff and stuff like that.
That's how I got through my university.
Have you just gone through a Taurus?
I've got one left.
Defender, yes. It was about 12 buttons? No, it's not that many. Defender is one of the all-time classics, and if you ever do see a Defender cabinet, it's worth a fortune. Gallagher, yeah, absolutely worth a fortune. We sold one recently for about 1,200 quid. Resident Evil 1, of course, yeah, I can't comment on anything like that. PlayStation, isn't it?
Favorite game development company of all time? Nick, same for him. It's Rockstar for me.
Oh, wow. Game development company.
Rockstar makes me good money as well, actually, because I keep buying their games cheap and flipping them.
I think probably the best, probably the one that's most profitable at the moment is Epic. But Activision's huge. I was into StarCraft a lot before I quit all that. StarCraft 2. Absolutely loved it. That was the last game I really, really played. Dedicate all the time. Can't speak. But I prefer the old school stuff, you see.
I vaguely think when I'm debt free, I might actually return to gaming because I won't have such a pressure on me to resell. But I probably won't because I enjoy reselling so much. I can just see me not stopping.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but look at the range Nintendo have. Yeah, but it's not a range that appeals to me. The Nintendo games just like don't like Zelda, don't like Super Mario, don't like Mario Kart.
Yeah.
I don't. There's not a Nintendo game that I actually could point at and say, "Oh, that was since Star Fox. I like Star Fox."
Yeah, it was good.
But there hasn't been there isn't a Nintendo game in the last 10 years I can point at and think, "Oh, I really enjoy playing that," because I just haven't.
It's got its market. I had an N64 when I was younger.
GoldenEye. That wasn't Nintendo. That was Acclaim, wasn't it?
Don't know, but it was on the N64 though.
Yeah.
But Acclaim, probably did make it. Yeah, I don't know. But I did really enjoy Mario 64. But my retro colleagues absolutely hate it. Absolutely slate the thing.
When the Wii came out,
yeah,
I was like, "Oh, I'm having this. This sounds really good." And I was so disappointed because it was just like a cartoon. I don't like cartoons. Rare with GoldenEye.
Rare, yes.
I just like, it's just like, to me, I'm not knocking it, but to me, I was like, I'm a grown up now. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to, I've got an Xbox and a PlayStation, and they're doing games that appeal more to me at the stage that I'm at in my life.
Yeah.
I can walk around, kill prostitutes, and shoot people in the face.
I do enjoy watching the evolution of gaming, but I don't play games like I used to.
The Sega still release consoles in Japan because clearly they don't anywhere else. They just do publishing now.
Who?
Sega, because they've just
Sega, yes. Well, obviously, I get Sega a lot.
Absolutely so huge, and then Sony came along and just said, "Oh, we'll have that market share, thank you."
What people don't realise is how often I see a Nintendo GameCube inside an arcade machine, but it doesn't look like a Nintendo GameCube because, like for instance, you were talking about Time Crisis earlier. I see it as something called let's say a Namco 256, or in another machine that basically console chips on a customized board. But it is actually using the same memory card. It's weird because copy protection is a nightmare. So I do see Sega a lot, let's say, in boards, circuit board format. But it's a nightmare sometimes working on arcade machines because you're fighting.
So Sega did what? The Saturn, the Dreamcast. Was the Saturn or the Dreamcast? Was that their last mainstream console? I can't remember which one it was.
Dreamcast is Nintendo, isn't it?
No, the Dreamcast was Sega. But I can't remember if the Dreamcast came before or after the Saturn.
Yeah, there's a Saturn.
On the channel now.
I got a few Saturns I got to repair here. So I've got to get good at repairs for Saturns and stuff like that. There's a really good console.
If you're going to call yourself Dave Repairs, you've got to, repair some stuff.
I've got to do it at some point, haven't I? And the reason why it's getting darker in here is because the program bulb turns off round about now.
After DC was 99, I don't understand that sentence. My cousin is a principal designer for Rockstar Games in Leeds. Excellent. Derek probably knows him or her.
After Dreamcast was 99. Okay. Dreamcast was another machine that's been ripped apart and in all sorts of arcade machines. I remember Dizzy on the outside. Now, I've met the Oliver twins. They've just remade Dizzy for the Spectrum Next.
Look at Tea Cakes here dropping the links.
Tea Cakes, eh, Dave? Isn't that another Dave? He could come on and tell us all about it, you see. God, what can I say? Now I love the Amstrad. I went to the CPC 464 and then so on. Amstrad was an amazing machine. Amstrad, unfortunately, didn't release all their information about their chips. Yeah, my light's going off now. Great. So I look like scary. Amstrad didn't release, so the games are actually sub-quality, really poor, because they're ports from Spectrums and Commodores and stuff. But the Amstrad could have actually kicked a lot of asses back then if they really developed the games well. They didn't know how to develop them, so it became an adequate machine. Right, what else is going on? Love my 6128. Yeah, I love it too. Dave looks like an Apex Twin. Great albums they made, Apex Twin. I love them. It's how I taught myself code. Same, Derek. I started on Amstrad. Did you see? Yeah, I did.
Do you know, I've never told this to Derek, but I have done coding before.
Ah, okay.
When it comes to Microsoft Visual Basic, I'm your man. VB, I've got the skills. I did that in my computing A level.
Yeah.
Visual Basic.
Print.
We had C++. I did a bit of coding in that.
Did you? I didn't do much C. It's an area which I have not touched really.
I always remember I used to play with Microsoft Excel and Visual Basic to get what I get. Oh, Nick's off. Take care, Nick.
Yeah. VBA for applications.
To get Excel to do what I wanted.
Yeah, same here.
Microsoft then actually just released versions that had features I wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a VBA applications developer at one point. That's a long time ago.
When I was doing my business degree, it's my first degree, but I quit that one halfway through. We did a lot of VBA stuff as part of that. Actually, business and IT as a module. But yeah, that's an area that has just changed so much so quickly now.
I did VBNet at one point. Yeah, I've done a lot. I've done a lot in programming when I was younger. Wrong application. Right, I've found my mobile phone.
I'm going to get some lighting on now because at the minute.
Yeah, I found my phone. I go to this app, and then I just click on it, and then choose one of the presets, and then we're back in. We may even go full white. That's blue. Yeah, that'll do. There you go. Hello, I'm Dave.
And God said, "Let there be light."
Let there be light. Yeah. So we can see the rest of my collection, which is all over the place at the moment. There's me CDTV, and up there, a Macintosh Classic.
Are you interested in?
Oh, he's trying to flog me something there.
I've got this machine here. I need to get rid of. I really need to remember what it actually is, and
EMAC, isn't it?
Yeah, probably be a G1, I think, but
yeah,
I need to get rid of that. I might just take it to the car boot and sell it, to be honest.
Yeah,
it's just sat there gathering dust.
Well,
part of me wants to put it on. I'll probably try it on Facebook first for 70 quid. But I'm just not sure the market around here.
Well, me and Callum were fighting over an auction locally, and he got it in the end, and it was on his channel, and it was one of those ones with the CRT. I forgot the name of it, but it was in a special case,
All right.
You know, there was a whole range of Macs like that, and it was a particular pattern, which was rare. So he put it up. He made a decent amount of money on it, and it went to Italy.
Fair dues.
Krill, how are you getting on with your connection?
Yeah, now it sounds much better. I restarted it. I did this. I cleared this, and I did the other thing.
Is it the amount of malware you've got on there from porn sites?
Could be.
Come on.
Because
why? Because you have the same problem.
I regularly have to clean.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now, wait, before I had to leave, you asked me where I was. Is that what you were asking me before, Andrew?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Yes, this is my, I guess you would call it humble abode.
You're in the pool house.
Right? The pool house. No, this is my bedroom where I sleep at night. You've seen my. Oh, maybe you don't see me at night because usually you go to bed early.
I don't go to bed. I go to bed.
Different time zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand, because sometimes when we're with Tommy and are you ever on when Tommy and Tracy are on, or not really?
No, it's too late in the night for me. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. I don't know if Zahir shows up.
Yeah, but Zahir doesn't have to save the nation the following day.
Oh, yeah, I know he doesn't have a job, so.
He's got a job. It's just his job involves flexible working.
People get mad at that all the time. When I ask people, I'll say, "Oh, you do this full time, or do you have a job?" And they're like, "What do you mean? This is a job?" I'm like, come on, it's work, but it's not a job.
He could be walking. Andrew, do you think he sent the kids to bed by now, and he's walking around the house naked?
I think Zahir's definitely in his underpants now.
Yeah, definitely. Did you see his stream, Grill?
If Zahir is still watching now, can you confirm your current underpants situation?
Yeah, current position. Rebecca's.
I don't think he's watching now. Anyway, I think he's because he didn't say hi when Nick came in or anything. He would do normally.
Yeah, he normally does. Yeah.
Now, Dave, have you ever been to America before?
I've been to Canada, unfortunately.
Canada.
Yeah. I would love to come to America.
Best part of the North American continent, I've heard.
Yeah, as we call it, Mexico North. Nah, it's just a little joke.
Love Mexico. Yeah.
No, Canada's all right. No, Canada, I don't have any problems with Canada. I've never been there, but I'd like to go. You know, it's funny. You know,
just be careful. You know, we got Canadian viewers here.
Have you been here?
Yeah.
UK. Correct.
I haven't been anywhere, man. I've been only places in America. You know, I never really. You know what it is? I always had a business. I've always like years ago, I used to own a restaurant.
Right.
And you know, when you have a business, it's like you're always like attached to the business, and you can never leave. Like, you know, it's a personal choice. It's like anything else. It's like, do you want to have a bit, you know? And the thing is, I never was really successful. So unless you're making a lot of money, you could take long times off. If you only take a few days off here and there, it's hard when you're not making a lot of money.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's difficult, probably where you are. It's quite an expensive area you're in, aren't it? New York.
No, I don't. No, those Hamptons. I don't live anywhere near like where you're talking about Hamptons. Those are like. Oh,
I follow a lot of Lewis Robson online. So he talks about the area and how much rents are and stuff like that in his videos. So it's
wait, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? Who is it? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear a distortion.
I watch a Mac repair guy called Lewis Rosman from New York.
Oh, yeah, I love Lewis Ross. Yeah, I love Lewis Ross.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
I
real estate and all that. I think it's fascinating seeing how expensive things are compared to what it is around here. This place, where I am in the Southwest, is cheap.
Yes. Well, here's the thing: is this Lewis? Obviously, I mean, I love his channel. I think he's one of the best. He's one of my favorite YouTubers that I've seen in the last. And I'm not into Mac repair, but I live in New York, so I'm interested in what he's saying. What happens is, number one, when he shows you videos, he's only going to show you videos of places that are way overpriced.
Sure.
If anything was a regular price, lower price, he's not going to show you because it's not going to get people crazy. But my point is, but he's right. In general, the prices are very high, especially with commercial property in New York City. But there's a lot to it, and he goes into it. See, I live on the island. Things are a lot cheap, a lot different. The further out, see, it's weird. I don't know if you ever looked at a map. Long Island is literally. It's what? I'm sorry.
I'm going to look it up now. I know where you roughly are, but yeah.
So on my island, Long Island, there's 4 counties. Okay, 2 of them belong to New York City.
Oh yeah.
And the other 2 are separate from the whatchamacallit. But even though if somebody lives in, say, Brooklyn and they say I'm going to Long Island, this is a little complicated. Not very complicated, but they're technically in New York City, but Long Island is they're talking about Nassau and Suffolk. That's what they're talking about.
Big.
Like if someone says I'm going out to Long Island, even though they're technically on Long Island. Also, if you say I'm going to the city, like say Brooklyn and Queens are technically New York City, but when people say I'm going to the city, they're talking about Manhattan, just the Manhattan Island. Manhattan is a very small
London. Yeah.
Because I know there's a London and a Greater London, right? Isn't there like different,
terms, just terminology, just words for it.
Yeah, but so now Long Island is very, very long naturally because it's called Long Island.
Yeah.
And but the further out you go, is it's less expensive, but it's less expensive until you get to that certain area, like where like we were talking about the Hamptons, like where Jerry Seinfeld from the TV show and Billy Joel and Madonna and these people would have an area way out east, which is not just expensive, it's like super expensive. But that's just that one area out there. But in general, at further you go, like people say the same thing. Oh, in south of England, like London is more expensive than when you go up north. North is cheaper than the south, but there are sections that are cheaper.
Yeah,
same difference.
Yeah, well, as here, probably Andrew and myself, we're long way from London, and the cost of living around here is probably a quarter of what it is in London.
Yeah.
So I'm making a living.
But see, now my island too is expensive, but we have what they call upstate New York, which is where they have the river, Hudson River, and up there it's much cheaper. But like anything else, it's the further you get from the city that you're not able to commute if you work in the city. But the thing is this: now since the coronavirus, a lot of companies are just leaving. So they're doing everything online, and so a lot of people don't have to commute. Yeah. And there's a lot of people who are just, and I'm sure it's the same thing in England too.
Yeah, we did a lot of online stuff here to keep survival really going. Of course, as you probably gathered, I work for the postal network.
Oh, you do? Okay.
So this is Royal Mail I'm wearing it here. So
you work for the Queen.
It's been absolutely mental this week. It's the worst I've ever seen it, as in so much to handle. It's unreal.
Now, do you work in the warehouse, or you go to the houses deliberately and drop it off? Or you work in?
I originally did do delivery. I now do the collecting part, going to the businesses and the post offices to collect the mail, collect the post and the parcels, and bringing it to the depot. That's what I do half the day.
Then you bring it to like a distribution center where they.
Yeah, I drive.
So you just drop it, or you're picking it up. Yeah, and you want to know what's so funny? This is a funny little tidbit you'll learn, because I'm sure you care about mailman humor. In America, we have left-hand drive cars and you have right-hand drive cars. Okay, now except what?
We're opposite, yeah.
What'd you say?
We're the opposite.
But now here's the weirdest thing. Now here's the thing is this. But in America, the only one who drives a right-hand drive car is the mailman.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
So the reason being is because we drive on the right-hand side of the road. So the mailman has a right-hand drive car, so he can get out of the car because he's driving on the right-hand side. So he can just get out of the car and not have to go around the car to drop off the mail. Or if he has to slide it through something he's driving. You can Google it. It's weird. It's funny. Only the mailman drives a right-hand drive car.
But they have to still go the same direction as everyone else. Yes.
Well, obviously, naturally, on the road, they're driving on the right-hand side.
Drive the wrong way down the street, are they?
I was going to say, but yeah.
No, they're driving on our side, on the right side. But I always thought that too. I was always wondering, like, if I went to Europe, would it be harder for me to drive on the left-hand side, or would it be more difficult for me to drive on the right-hand side, but with signs in different languages? So I was curious. I'm like, would it be easier for me to drive in France or England?
So because like it would be easier for you to drive in France.
Okay. Even with the signs that are saying.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's just a destination most of the time, isn't it? And they have bloody, if it's an important sign, they have pictures as well. So.
And you're into kilometers.
But that's
No,
what'd you say?
The miles in America.
You're in miles. We're in miles. In Europe, it's kilometers.
See, I always thought you guys had feet too. You guys use centimeters.
Yeah, but yours is primary inches and feet.
We use inches.
I thought that as a kid, feet and inches. But they introduced the decimal system. What, in the 70s was it?
Oh,
so
okay.
we kind of mainly use a mixture. But the kids coming out of today mainly a decimal.
Now, all right. Now, how about this? Is the important one. This is the important question. Now, Andrew, when you go to the pub, you don't order. You don't say, "Let me have a half a liter." You say, "Give me a pint." Right?
Two, buddy. Right.
But
right.
I'm not having no half liters drinks. It's a pint.
What is this, Andrew?
16 ounces. That's a pint.
I can't freaking see without my glasses on.
That's 16 ounce can.
This will be in liters, won't it, Andrew?
No, that's a pint. Read the can.
I can't. I need my glasses. They're not in here.
Yeah, but just put it up to the screen. Put it up to the screen. I can read it from here.
I can't freaking see it. Oh, it's down here, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But you got to do it slowly and move it. No. But not rotate it. Yeah. Okay.
I can't see it. Oh, here it is on the back. 440 milliliters. There it is. Well,
okay, so now let's
right, but if
then it's actually probably 12 ounces then. I don't know. I can't go on my calculator here, so I don't have. I am on the phone, so I don't know. I don't know how to convert
in pints. That is 0.77 of a pint.
Yeah, so that's 12. That's a 12 ounce can, not a 16 ounce can.
See, you talk ounces. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, we don't do ounces.
Yeah, an ounce.
We don't do ounces.
Now, what about when you get? You don't drink like at a bar. You don't drink shots.
Yeah. I have a bar.
Yeah,
I have a bar with an arcade setup in it. I'm part of.
Wait, you own a bar?
Sort of.
Is that what you said? Okay.
In the town next to me, we run what is called an arcade bar. So I don't know if it's popular over there, but basically it's full of arcade machines, which is what I'm into. And we have a bar at the end. You pay to get in, and you pay to buy your drink. But all the games are free.
Okay. Yeah, so they had a place like that in Brooklyn. I don't know if it's still there. It used to be called. You know what it was called? barcade.
Yes, I've actually just been looking up that actually this morning. Barcade.
Is it still there? It's in Brooklyn.
I don't know, but I was looking up who owns the trademark to that.
Okay,
that
now, let me tell you something, Dave. If you go onto the Googles, well, that's the place you were looking at, right?
Yeah, it was actually probably that one. Yeah.
Now,
Barcade
if you want gimmick ideas, if you look up the area Williamsburg, Brooklyn, that's the very what they call it hipster. So
right.
they have all of the they're very trendoid, trendoid freakazoids. They have all the hip ideas. So that's where people go to,
Brooklyn, Williamsburg.
the people who are very they're not like me and Andrew. They're the cool kids.
I'm cool. How dare you?
That's the thing I'm involved with right at the moment is barcades. So
so barcade, like they have and also I think this might be common in Europe is you can bring your pets into the place.
Oh no, not really.
My friend, well, maybe it's different. Maybe I don't know, in mainland Europe. I don't know if you guys are technically. I don't know. I think you guys you're not Europe anymore, right? Didn't you leave Europe?
We have not left Europe. We can't leave a freaking continent. I've said this before. We cannot leave a continent.
Yes, you can. Now
officially it's correct.
The European Union, which is a totally different to the fucking continent.
So now you're leaving Europe to come live with America now.
We're not leaving fucking Europe.
We're leaving the European Union.
So you can eat our American chlorinated chicken.
No,
right?
No, you're a fucking shit chicken eater. You can forget about it.
So you could eat our chicken and our beef and our this and our that. You can have all those Donald Trump steaks you want.
I don't even know why we need to import chicken. There's enough of the fucking chickens around here running about. Every fucker around here has got a chicken.
Okay, Gimbal says dogs are allowed in pubs.
Use more.
You're correct.
You gotta repeat that because you can't have what?
You can have dogs in pubs. Yes, that is true. He's right.
No, because my friend, he was from Germany, and he was telling me that in Germany there's places that people can bring their dogs in.
Yes, you can bring them. Not really.
We've got a dog cafe here where you can take your dog. Yeah. So I took Barty to it. He tried to hump every dog in there, so I had to leave.
You like father, like son.
I didn't even get
father, like son.
I didn't even get me food. It was a
you mean you don't have him? He's not neutered?
Oh God, no.
You don't do that there?
Yeah.
I'm not going to fucking chop his balls off. I wouldn't do it to myself. Why would I do it to him?
Yeah, because then you can't control them. Because then it's like having an Andrew Jr.
I could control him perfectly well. He listens to every. Where is he? Barty, where are you? He listens to every word I say. Barty, Barty, come here. Barty.
But most people don't get their animals neutered.
I don't know what most people do. I just know that I am making the dog do something that I wouldn't want to do myself.
Yeah, but sometimes, then what happens is then they pee in the house and they,
He doesn't do any of that. He's well trained.
It's not about it has nothing to do with training. It's about their natural instinct is to. That's why when they go to the bath, like when you bring a dog to go to the. No, but I'm saying, listen. When you bring a dog to go pee outside, he goes on a pole or on a fire hydrant or something like that because he has to hit something. This way, another dog will smell it and then come after him. You know what I mean? That's why they do that.
Yeah, but Barty, you do it outside. He knows full well not to do it inside. It's not worth the trouble.
It's not worth the trouble. So now let me ask. So now, when you work for the Royal Mail, Is it it's 100% run by now? Who organizes it? It's the you're not technically an employee of the Crown.
Yeah, officially. Yeah. But
okay,
it's a private company now.
Okay.
Split into two. So you've got the post office network, which is still owned by the government, and then we've got Royal Mail, which was sold off by the government.
Okay.
So basically, you can go and get your parcels in the system through post office network, and then they give it to us.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Okay, I see. That makes sense. That's good. And it's like you work like 5 days a week, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, like that kind of deal.
No. I'm a reseller.
No.
no,
I'm not talking about the resale.
Yeah, well, I do 20 hours a week with Royal Mail. I basically drive a van.
Oh, that's it.
Miles. Yeah.
20 hours a week. Oh, but they give you benefits for 20 hours a week.
Yeah. I get pension and I get all that. Yeah, all the usual stuff what you get. Yeah,
but let me ask you a question. Like, if you work a job like that, because it's like you said, it's a private company, but it's kind of like a government job, but it's not really a government. It's kind of right. You would say it's like a somewhat. Now they wouldn't. Do they give you health insurance, or do they just say go to the NHS?
We don't need health insurance. Nobody gives you health insurance here. It's not a perk.
No, it's not. We don't think.
Oh, nobody does.
We don't. It's not something we need. The NHS is perfect.
You can get private.
You can get private health insurance, but why would you want to? It's not seen as a perk or a benefit that would make you go for a job.
So companies don't do that. I'm just saying. My question is, companies don't do that. They don't give you a perk for health insurance.
Not seen as a perk, to be honest.
If we have trouble here, like me and Andrew suddenly had a heart attack, we would ring the emergency number, and we'll go to the hospital. Whatever happens, and so on. That's all paid by the state. Okay?
Yes.
It's automatic.
Yes.
All right. Well, in your case, if you had to do something like that, you've got bills, haven't you?
Big bills.
Yeah. We don't see any of that.
Enormous bills. Yeah. Well, and that's what we have like in America. We have like a mafia system where it's basically where our system is basically like this. They say, okay, this is your bill. How much can you pay? And then you say, look, I'm not like I had I don't know if you're familiar with kidney stones. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what kidney stones are?
I'm aware of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Hurt.
All right. And you know how painful it is, right?
Well, a friend of mine does. Yes.
Okay. So you're aware of the pain that your friend was in.
Yeah. My friend gets them a lot.
Right. You're aware they were in tremendous pain, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They are.
Okay.
Ultrasound.
Okay. So I had spent a night or so in what we call, a government hospital. Okay.
Yeah.
And I got a bill for $15,000, which would be, I guess, like 12,000 pounds, right?
Yeah.
For spending.
That's a low bill, isn't it?
What?
That's quite cheap, isn't it? Considering what other problems you get.
That was one night.
What happened? Were they giving you like fucking non-stop fucking blowjobs or something?
No, and the service wasn't even good anyway. And so, make the story short, what happened was, this is the one part that was difficult, because you can only get like assistance, right, if you make low income. Then you can get assistance, right? Like, where they will pay for everything, whatever it is. But it's like you have to make so low of income where it's like you really can almost not live on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what happens is I still wasn't I was working in a bar as a bartender, at the time.
Okay.
And one thing that's a good thing about working in a bar, which good is that you mostly get tips. That's what your wage is very low. You know what I mean? You get a wage. It's not like in England where, like, like you when it's like opposite. Like you guys, you get a wage as a bartender and then a little bit of tips. The tips is like extra, right? Right, Dave?
Yeah, you got a tipping culture out there. Yeah, I know.
No, but I'm just saying in general, if somebody's working as a bartender, most of their money they get is from wages or tips.
Wages. They get the minimum. There's a minimum wage that has to be paid.
Yeah, so that's what happens here. So let's say, like, when I was working as a bartender, I used to get, say, it was like $7.50 an hour. Okay, so I would get that $7.50 an hour as a bartender, but then I would say I would make $200 in tips for the night. Okay, so I'm getting that $7 an hour, and I would work, say, I don't know, from 4:30, and I would leave at around 1 a.m. Because it was a restaurant, not a bar. Bars usually close later at night, but if you're a restaurant, restaurants don't usually close. Because we were mostly food, not it wasn't a bar. It was just I know this is complicated. We get into this argument all the time, Andrew. It's a bar that's really in a restaurant. It's not a pub. You know what I mean? It's a restaurant that has a bar. Okay, because I know you guys have different terminology for things. Like
I get confused.
Like a restaurant that has a bar, you wouldn't call it a pub. A pub is a pub.
What do you call our place?
Well, those places that like those places that you have that look like little houses, those old-fashioned little places. Those old little rickety old-fashioned places.
Yeah. They're all over here.
That's a what?
Yeah, I'm surrounded by them.
Those
that's a
pub.
One over there. There's another one down there.
Yeah, I would call those a pub.
Yeah, pub.
Okay, but now what's weird is not all those places serve food.
No.
Yeah.
They don't always serve food.
No.
With the crisis, yeah.
No, but before in normal times, they don't have a pub like here. They call it a. You would say, "Give me the bar menu. Give me the," and on the bar menu, which is a menu, you would have buffalo wings. You know what buffalo wings are, right?
Yeah.
Dave?
Yeah.
You guys you never heard of that?
Yeah.
Okay. Buffalo wings, cheeseburger, chicken fingers, that kind of food. Potato skins with bacon. And then if it's a little bit fancier, like that place I had the other day, I showed you the pictures. Steak tidbits, which is garlic toast with sliced steak and then melted mozzarella cheese and barbecue sauce on the side.
Decent prepared food. Prepared food.
That's what in America. That's what a pub would have. That's called a pub menu.
Okay, so Andrew, what were you saying? Because I consider a pub sells food.
It can't be a pub that doesn't have food. It's not a pub then.
Part of their main income is food.
Yes, yeah, but Andrew was kind of telling me otherwise. Like, now a pub doesn't have to have food.
Pubs that don't serve food, and there are pubs that do. Pubs that serve food.
Sorry, you're cutting out a lot, Andrew. Sorry.
So, carry on. What was your point?
Yes. Yeah, so we were talking about the pub, having the food, not having the food. So, now, when I was talking about the bar, which I got off topic because we were talking about the restaurant. I mean, talking about the health insurance. So what happens is this: the negative part to working in the restaurant business is that you don't get health insurance, as opposed to a lot of people who say if you work as a mailman, you get full health insurance. Okay. Now, what happens is, but the good part on the flip side is if, let's say I make $200 in tips, right? What I do is you just put down I made $100 or $75 in tips. Okay. Right. So now what happens is my income is low.
You don't pay the tax on what you earn.
Not on the tips, no. But the check, they give you the wage. That $7.50 an hour, that's on a check, and then they ask you how much tips did you make in cash, and then you look at your pile and you say, it was $60, you know.
Yeah.
So what happens?
I'd like to point out
So what
that
happens
in the UK does not in any way condone fraud, and the views of its guests are entirely their own views. Carry on.
Yeah, this is only America I'm talking about, guys. This is not United Kingdom or any of their subsidiaries of the United Kingdom. So what happens is, so now your pay is low. So now when the hospital, when they ask you, they give you that bill for what, $14,765. And then you don't qualify for aid because it's, because you would have to make so little. So what they do is they look at your check. Okay, you show them a weekly check and they say, look, you don't make that much. So now they take that $14,000 bill and they make it like a $600 bill, $700. Okay, which is still a lot of money. I know you're probably saying, you're like, oh wow, you're like, oh thanks, but that's how they do it. They give you, they look at the hospital, look at you and they say, look, there's no way you can afford that. So here, just give us 500, 600, and that's it.
Here, we have private healthcare, which quite often is staffed by NHS people working on the side or whatever. And if you need like a major operation or whatever, and you want to get ahead of the waiting list, you go private.
Yeah.
But if you want emergency care, like Dave was saying, like you had a heart attack or something, you'd go NHS all the way, because you'd be front of that queue. You wouldn't, the emergency healthcare provision, you wouldn't want to go private. Well,
here's the thing: is here, if you went to a hospital, whether it's a privately run hospital, government run hospital, either way, if you have some kind of, if you were in a car crash, if you were in, like you said, if you had your appendix is about to burst or something like that, they'll take you right. I mean, and this is a little bit. This is one thing that's really bad about our system. You know what happens? Let's say you do have you have your appendix burst, right? You need to see the emergency right away.
Sure.
Even if you have the private insurance, let's say you have the top of the line insurance. Now you go into the hospital. Now it's an emergency. You have to get it done. There's no choice. You got it. It's like an emergency.
Sure.
So what happens is, let's say that doctor does not accept your insurance. Now what? Now you're up shit. You're screwed. That happened to one guy here who had top insurance, right? Like really top insurance. And he went in. He had to get a surgery. So he had to get a back surgery. It was like $500,000. And he's in, because they've been debating. This is a very big issue in the United States, obviously. He's like battling in court now to say that his insurance should cover that $500,000 bill, and they, of course, the insurance company, just like any insurance company, is going to do anything they can to not pay the bill. How that's how insurance makes money, is not paying out.
Yeah, we hear it on other things, but yes, in this country, if you were in that situation, you'd probably be in the operating theatre, and then. But
now here's the thing on the flip side, like with our medicine.
If you were here, Rob, as a US citizen, and your appendix burst, and you didn't have insurance, you would get your appendix fixed. You'd get a bill sent to you, which you could then opt to pay or not to pay, because we don't
$25 or something like that.
But you get a bill sent to you for it. We'll charge people who are not from the EU for healthcare, but it'll get done for you. It'll get sorted, and then if you don't pay it, well, nobody really gives a fuck anyway.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is this? Like, how much is the bill?
It won't be big.
Sorry,
$25. But when they give you the bill, how much is it? It's not much.
I've no idea, because I've never been presented with one.
I've seen the bills.
Well, I know people who have been in England. A guy cut his hand. He went to the emergency room, and then they gave him the bill at the end, and it was like he almost laughed because the bill was like $20 or something like that.
Yeah, I expect so. If it was recent, yeah.
What?
If it was in recent years.
Oh, you mean to be a lot more?
I don't know how it works, to be honest, Rob. But...
No, we didn't use the charge at all for anyone ever.
So you guys, there's no co-pay at all. So when you go, there's no co-expense for you.
No what?
Like, for example, like here, I'll give you an example. Like here, let's say you're elderly, right? We have something called Medicare. So once you hit 62, it's something like 60 years old, around that age. I don't know exactly. But over 60 something, whatever it is, whatever the cutoff is, you get something called Medicare. And what happens is they pay you, and you can go to any doctor you want to go to that accepts Medicare. Like, you don't go to a government doctor, you go to a private doctor, but the government pays 80% of what the bill is, and then you're responsible for 20%. So what people do is they get like a help, like my parents, they have Medicare, but then they have to pay like a co-insurance to pay the 20%. So that costs like $200 something a month for the co-insurance to pay the 20% of the difference.
Yeah, no, we don't do that.
Well, I mean, one thing about our NHS system right now is the elderly, of course, are failing. There's a lot of them in there, having operations, being checked over. You know, that happens all the time. They're all over the hospitals. It's understandable, but we don't see money side to it. Not at all.
Okay, now here's another question, because I love these conversations. Now,
yeah,
when you pay,
UK.
because I always love how people do things on the other side. So now, when you're funding the NHS, is it come from income tax dollars, or do you have like a sale? See, every time I ask people about, I know you guys have a value added tax. I asked Zahir about this question, and then he's in outer space.
We have something called national insurance. So national insurance is a tax that gets charged on, I think it's worked out on your income, but it's not an income tax. You pay that, and that's what's used to theoretically fund the NHS. The reality is government finance is that what we make from national insurance and whatever never covers the cost of the NHS. So we have to do a lot of things to fund it, including
no. I understand they have to play games and finagle, but in general, like we have a social security system that they have to do the same thing. They have to borrow from here, borrow from there, but they have an actual tax that you have to pay, which is about 5% tax out of your income, and then your employer matches the 5%. That money gets remitted to the government for Social Security. But then, of course, they don't have the money. They have to do finagling. Now, but you guys have that too. So a money comes out of your paycheck that goes to. Well, where does that money come from?
Wording. Yes. In different wording, yes, it does go something like that. So we have a national.
Now, when you get a paycheck, when you're a wage earner, right, Dave? When you're a wage earner, you get a break? You have your paycheck, and you have a pay stub. You have a pay stub. Now you have a gross income. So if you,
it's all digital.
What?
It's all no paperwork. No. It's
well,
digital. We get a pay slip.
All right, you can go on. I'm sure you can go online and look at a virtual pay stub you have.
Yeah.
Now.
Okay. When terms.
Okay. But you have your gross pay. So say if you make £1,000 a week, is your gross pay.
Look, man.
Then you have your.
Excuse me. Well, yeah, I'll be good. Yeah, I'll quit reselling.
I'm just saying that just for mathematical purposes to make it sound easier. So then you have it. So then you have a net pay. Say it's £700 as your net pay.
Christ, no, we don't pay that much.
Now,
righty. You want to know the percentage, basically.
But see, because that's another. I want to know because I've always wanted to analyze if we pay more taxes here in America, or they pay more taxes in Europe. But in order to do that,
You definitely pay more taxes in America. You get taxed.
I want to do a real
bill. You have like additional tax and for everything. It's insane. I don't know what you do with it. Well, actually, I do know what you do with it. You buy nuclear weapons that you don't use.
Yeah, that you guys don't have to spend. But now that's a whole other argument. But I'll keep that on ice. That argument.
We have multiple taxes. We do have multiple. We have council tax, which is for one other reason. We have. Don't forget, we got a little pension going out. Which is compulsory.
No, but I'm talking about specifically just to your wages, to your check.
We've got income tax. We've got national insurance. There's also little bits and pieces going on.
No, but what I'm saying is just the check that you get from your employer, okay? Broken down. They don't break it down for you for where all the money is going, or no?
Yeah, they do.
We have two taxes from our wages. We have income tax and national insurance.
Yeah, that's the main.
So the health and okay. So that's my whole point is how much if somebody earns £1,000 a week, how much comes? Because here's the whole point of the matter. If $100 a week comes out of your check for £100 a week comes out of your check for national health insurance, healthcare, NHS,
it's not that
it's
high.
the same difference. Okay, I'm just using for instance. And in America, if you had to pay $400 a month or $500 a month, it would. That's the analysis that I really want to do. I really want to do an in-depth analysis. I want to pick the UK, all the Western countries.
Your national insurance isn't just for healthcare; it's for benefits. It's whatever the government decides it wants to spend it on.
Okay.
So,
but only for benefits, not for like for example, like we have that money. Like I said, that's 7.65%. 5% goes to your Social Security, which is like the pension you get when you retire.
If you want the national insurance rates, right, at the minute, I'm just having a look, you pay nothing on your first £183 a week, or a month, sorry. You pay 12% on your earnings between £183 and £962 a month, and then 2% on anything above £962.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a progressive tax. So
and income is.
Well, basically, if you earn,
you got higher rate on income if you're depending on what you earn.
No, not for national insurance. Actually, the more
we're going through the taxes here, Andrew.
The more you earn, the less you pay.
Yeah. See, because here's the thing: is one of also the political debates that we talk about is like countries like say like Germany, right? We have to pay to protect Germany. Germany only pays. Their budget for military is really only like $20 billion a year, which is nothing.
But that is
so the United
that is because the United States forced Germany to accept those terms because they didn't want the fucking war. That's your own choice.
But I think you understand why. It's not it's not like
it's not like Germany turned around and said, "Oh, please protect us, almighty power." It's because you said we've lost the war. You're our country now. Fuck you.
I like it. Wait. Can you repeat that? That's a good. I think Tommy. I hope she should tape that. Okay. Repeat it again. That was a good one.
So that's like you can't complain about the fact that you've got American bases in Germany when it's like a fucking occupation.
Well, it's not really an occupation. It's a.
It was. It was when they were first there.
Andrew, remember we went there for you guys. You guys were getting it up the keister.
No,
you don't remember that?
No, you went.
No,
there. You went there because you were worried about the threat that the Russians would pose. That the Russians beat the Germans single-handedly. Don't even fucking start with it was for the British.
I love this. This is my favorite one.
The fucking. We were quite happy holding our own. We fucking defeated Hitler in Norfolk.
We defeated Hitler.
We defeated Hitler.
Oh my god! I can't. My hernia is about to pop out.
Without any assistance from the Americans whatsoever. Then you turn up late as always.
It was late, yeah.
Because you're worried the fucking communists are going to take over Europe, and you think, hang on a second.
Yeah.
I can't move. My hernia is gonna pop out. Oh my god.
Oh, well, we've got a full war insurance.
You got to remember the fact that we fought against the fucking Germans without any help for 2 years. We're the only fucking nation who didn't lose.
Yeah, but you're getting crushed.
But we weren't. We weren't clearly. Oh well, have a look at France. Have a look at fucking Holland. Have a look at Belgium. Have a look at
France was literally but France. They didn't even fight back. They had no chance. German came in there and they couldn't even do anything.
I really wouldn't say we got crushed when we were the only ones left standing.
Well, yes, but no. Well, yes. Wait. If you're comparing your result against the French result, obviously, yes, you're right.
Against the whole of Europe.
Yes, if you want to use the Netherlands or Belgium as an example, then yeah, you can
have somebody attack your fucking naval base and shut your pants. That was it.
Yes, and that's why we came back.
American soil, Jesus Christ. We had fucking 3 years of it nearly by then.
Well, yeah, but that's when we got involved because Roosevelt he got a phone call from his buddy Churchill. Says,
don't get me wrong, we're very grateful for the assistance, but we were quite happy to let the Russians beat the shit out of the Germans. Sit back and watch them.
I'm not getting into this.
Why? Oh, you. I know it gets a little ticked off. Trust me, you didn't want the Russians to take over Germany. That's the last thing in the world you wanted. Are you kidding? They took over half of Germany, and look how bad it was. It was a catastrophe.
The point is that whoever took over Germany, it's either going to be the Americans or the Russians, but we weren't going to fucking lose the war. We were quite sitting pretty.
Well, I wouldn't call it sitting pretty. There's a lot of people fleeing London in 1940s. They weren't really sitting pretty. People were getting the frig out of there, man.
There were people being evacuated as part of a government policy, but then after a year or so...
Well, it's not because of the government. It was because bombs were coming and blowing up the city.
Yeah, but that was a government policy to say, actually, do you know what? We want to save our kids from being bombed. We're going to send them out. After a year or so, the parents are saying, actually, we want them back. So by the end of the war, they're all back in fucking London anyway.
Uh-huh.
They're still getting bombed by rockets at that time, which were a lot more
after the war?
No, during the war. Towards the end of the war, we had V1s and V2s, but parents were like, actually, you know what? It's not good to be separated from our kids. We're here. They need to come back here. So the evacuees ended up coming back. And they were getting a lot more bombs towards the end. So, yeah. Got to remember, I got a degree in this stuff.
Well, no, I know you've studied this. I know. But, I mean, this is... You have to remember, our histories are combined. Our history comes from your history.
Your history.
That's where
your history is like our history. It's written by. If you look at our history when the Empire was around, it's basically we've just whitewashed it.
Well,
we said don't worry about the fact that we killed a few million people here and whatever. That never happened, and it's gone.
I don't remember that in history. I don't remember anything being white. I mean, that's different. We went to different schools, obviously, but no professors that I ever had.
Whitewashed as British history is. I don't mean whitewashed in terms of race. I mean in terms of the fact that there's an expression, isn't there? History is written by the victors.
Well, yeah, because if that's what makes sense, because then it wouldn't be history. You're not going to have the person who loses is not going to tell the narrative because they lost.
Yeah, and the person who wins.
Look, I'll give you. Here's the thing: is this? I'll give you a great analogy. Okay, we had a war. I don't know how you're familiar with the American Civil War. Okay, I don't know how you're familiar with that, but in 1862, whatever, we had the Civil War. It was the North versus the South. But technically, like when you talk about the victor writing the story, technically speaking, it was not a civil war. It was an invasion. As the North, even though my family at the time was not even in America, my family at the time was European. They were Irish, they were Germans, they were Frenchmen, they were different. That was my family. My family was not even in the United States when this happened. Now, the North invaded the South. It was not a civil war. It was an invasion. So, well, it was a rebellion, then the North invaded the South. But a civil war is different. Civil war is factions fighting for territory within a country in order to take power. But that's not what happened. The South was not trying to take over the country. They were just trying to leave the country, which technically by law they were allowed to do. That was in the charter. It wasn't. But the North just said, you know what?
It was a war of succession.
Yes, but they had the right. No. But you have to understand, it wasn't just a war of. It was. You're right. It was a war of secession, but they had the legal right to do it. They had the right because our Constitution. That's why it was called the United States. So the states have sovereignty to themselves. It's not like that's why, like, you know, they're like, even like, for example, you guys had a referendum in Scotland to leave, correct?
Yes, they did. Yeah.
Now, in their charter, I guess Scotland can technically leave the UK, no? I mean, it wouldn't be easy, but they could technically, by the law, they could leave, right? I mean, if they had a referendum.
No.
Yes.
Scotland Scotland can't turn around and declare independence. That's why it had a referendum.
Well, no, but I thought that's the other way. No, but okay. So if they had the referendum failed. But if the referendum had passed, they couldn't become independent.
No, if the referendum passed, they could, but they had to have a referendum because they can't.
No, that makes sense. I understand that. But I'm saying if the referendum had passed, it's like Brexit. The referendum, even though technically the Brexit referendum was supposed to be non-binding, which is kind of like a jerk-off answer anyway they give you on Channel 4.
It was binding.
It's like
it wasn't non-binding. Who told you it's non-binding? It was binding.
Oh, there's so many people say, well, technically, look, a lot of people who give you the bullshit.
Yeah, no.
On the news channels, they'll tell you that referendum was not binding, but then, you know, Farage said, here, bind this. You know what I mean? So
I don't know what you've been hearing there, but that's bullshit. If we have a referendum on something, the result of that referendum has to be legally respected and put into course by the government.
Of course, but I'm saying, you know what we call pundits, people who are like, you know, these guys that have their head up their ass, like this Piers Morgan's kind of people like that, you know, and they'll bring people on their show to say, well, technically this, technically that, but technically my ass, you know.
Oh, it's simple, isn't it? It was a two. I think the result was wrong. I voted against leaving Europe, but there were two options. The majority vote wins, and you go with the majority. That's it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's called democracy. I mean, that's not complex. But there's still a lot of pundits out there that claim, which I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. But there are people that they claim on some type of technical level in the charters that, no, it's not really binding because of some other bullshit reasons. You know, there's people that come up with bullshit reasons for everything, and they say, you know what I mean, right, Andrew?
Yeah, they're idiots.
Yeah, I know, but that's called the news. You know, the news. That they have to cause conflict. That's why people watch. They can't just say, like, the reality. I have to like.
That's the thing. These are commercially driven organisations. They rely on viewers, advertising revenue becomes the result of those viewers. They're going to say something controversial because they know that brings the viewers in and brings the revenue.
Yeah, of course. Like when when they do like the Sunday news shows, like on our network TV, they'll bring on people to talk about some kind of military conflict, and then they'll have a commercial for Boeing airplanes in the break. So obviously, if that segment is sponsored by Boeing, who makes the planes that they need to bomb somebody, obviously they're not going to bring people on the show to say, oh, by the way, we don't need those planes. That's obvious.
That's why we've got the BBC here, because it's not funded by commercial entities.
Yeah, you guys have no, I know the BBC isn't too bad. It's not, I mean, I sometimes, that's the problem. You get so many things feeding in. I probably have just as many UK feeds as I do American news companies. But let me ask you a question: is Reuters is British, or is that something else?
British.
What?
Reuters is British, yeah.
Reuters is British. I know, because I get Reuters, of course. But I thought they were supposed to be like a legitimate, like what's the other one? The Associated Press.
Reuters does international stuff anyway. You wouldn't see Reuters in the UK.
Because I know sometimes I look at the Guardian and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe. To me, that's a tough read. Those stories they make up, like I've seen some stories on there. They're telling stories about what's happening in America, and I'm like, what the fuck?
You're probably more
because the Guardian writes a lot about the Guardian writes a lot about American stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's not what happened.
I don't read stuff now.
I know you don't have to.
Midnight.
Wait, who's it? Wait, how many people are in the chat? How many are in the chat?
None now. You pissed them all off.
No, come on, don't say that. When I come into the chat,
we got 46.
They jump in. That's a lot for this time of night.
There's a question
for you
somewhere.
Okay, I can't really read it. It's like tough for me to read it. What's the question?
About iced tea. I can't find it now.
Okay, let me try to look. I can hit something. Let me see.
What is Long Island iced tea go?
Okay, good question. A Long Island iced tea.
I don't know anything about it.
Okay, would be in a tall glass. Okay. Like a 12 or 16 ounce, like almost like a tall glass, not like a short, filled up with ice.
Yeah.
And you use all the white liquors in the well. Okay. As you know, from being in the bar, what are what?
I don't serve. I don't do any of that. All I do is fix arcade machines. All I do is fix things.
So you don't know about. Oh, but okay, but as far as the bar, you don't know the bar. Okay. Now the white liquors. All the white liquors in the well. What are the white liquors? Vodka, gin, rum, tequila, and triple sec. The well is the bottom. So you use all the white liquors in the well. Those are the white liquors.
Okay.
So it's about 1 ounce of each. Okay. About a half an ounce to an ounce. Then what you do is you fill it up with what we call sour mix. I don't know what you guys, if you call it. Do you guys have like a whiskey sour, Andrew? You ever have that?
I've heard of it, but only in America.
Okay, so it's almost like a lemon juice. It's like a sugary lemon juice. Okay, so like you can't really drink it by itself because it's lemon juice, but it's with sugar and some other crap in it. So you fill it up with the lemon juice. Okay, now you shake it up, and then it gets a little foamy. Then you top it off with a Coca-Cola, right? And then you mix it because it's a lemon juice with the cola. So then it's like a light, like an iced tea would look. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, Leanne was
so it looks and tastes like a lemon ice. I'm sorry?
Do you want to hear what Irish one is.
Okay. Hold on a second. An Irish Long Island iced tea. A pitcher, a jug, whiskey, rum, dash of cola. Yeah, that's basically what a Long Island iced tea is. I guess they serve Long Island iced tea in Ireland. I guess I'm sure why they wouldn't.
Yeah, they're not.
But it's just basically all the white liquors in the world.
They're not as backward as they pretend to be. They're not as backward as they pretend to be in Ireland.
Wait, Ireland, I know.
They're up to date.
You gotta love the Irish.
You gotta love the Irish. Or the Yorkers.
My grandfather's. Yeah, my grandfather. His family was Irish. My grandfather, my mother's side. His name was McQuaid, but they changed it. See, a lot of people. What?
McQuaid.
What'd you say?
Did I say it right?
McQuaid. I'm sorry?
This is ridiculous.
I don't know.
If you're going to pretend to be from Ireland, at least do a decent Irish accent, you know. Pretend to be
top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you.
I did that for a while.
Your accents are terrible.
I could talk. It's hard because I listen to you so damn much that I'll mix up my accent with your Welsh accent, which I didn't even know was really a Welsh accent. But I know it's a border. You live on the border, so it's not a thick Welsh accent.
It's a legitimate Wrexham, North Wales accent.
I know, but Dave, I got to break his balls a little bit. My favorite one, he's like, I live in the second largest city in Northwest Wales. I'm like, or Northeast Wales, wherever the hell it is. I live
in the largest town in North Wales.
Yeah, I know, but that's like saying I'm the tallest midget in the Western world.
This is a very well respected town. We applied for city.
No, I'm sure it's a lovely. I'm sure it's a lovely town. I'm sure it's beautiful.
We applied for city status and only narrowly missed out to somewhere that was 5 times the size.
Wait, what was the vote? 10 to 8, 9?
I don't even know. Like every few years, our council's like, oh, we're going to apply to be a city. Why? We're not fucking big enough to be a city. We've got 40,000 people here. It's a town.
Yeah.
But yeah,
my town, we have about 30,000. We're a town, but we have it set up. It's strange because we have towns, we have villages and cities. It's like you go to the next place, it's a village. The next one over, it's a city. Then the next, it's complex. I don't know, and I don't have the answers why. Our country is very jumbled up. We have different laws. See, like even every state. That's another thing. Every state has their own laws. And that's what's very, like you guys have similar laws. Well, but then again, when you're in Wales and then England, that's different laws. But
yeah,
within England, if you go to Manchester, it's the same laws as if you go to, Liverpool, right? I mean, they don't have a different law.
Yeah, they're very close to each other. They're like 25 miles apart.
No, but I'm just saying politically, it's different. So, like, you have different laws. Like for us, you go to New Jersey. What would you say? Except where?
Except for Ireland, even though they're connected in a way, they run their own.
Well, Ireland is a different country. They're independent. They won their revolution.
Yeah, but Northern Ireland part of us.
Well, they almost all won. 3/4 won, but 1/4 did.
Yeah.
One quarter didn't want to win. That was the point.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'm not going to argue with that, but I'm just saying that's just what I'm not arguing.
The 3/4, but the 3/4 that won didn't want the 1/4 that didn't anyway.
Okay. Wait, no. Unless it's politically expedient for them to say that it's not. Then they'll say, "Oh no, you're supposed to." It's the same thing with the Berlin Wall. You talk to some people, my friends from West Germany say, "Man, we want to put the wall back up," and then it's like, they always they have their own. What'd you say? David Hasselhoff?
David Hasselhoff, he knocked it down with him.
Yeah, but what wasn't he? He was big in Europe. I know in Germany he was very big.
In Germany, very big in Germany, yeah.
Absolutely massive.
He used to tour around Germany all the time. Well, I assume he doesn't anymore, but he used to. Huge in Germany.
But Dave, we always discuss. I mean, of course, I know you're in the chat all the time. I don't know. I mean, you pay attention, obviously, but obviously, I don't know every single time that you're watching something. But I always have this discussion, like with Zahir. It's like, like even obviously we have the language in common. Even though people think my accent is so strong and hard on, I don't think I have an accent that's that strong. But we're so much closer. You what?
You sound like a New Yorker to me.
Well, I mean, that would make sense. If I sounded like a Mexican, that would sound weird.
Actually, that sort of thing,
What?
You sound like someone that's like in the movies for us. I see you mainly in the movies, It's just, yeah.
Well, yeah, we have British people in the movies, but
most films.
I mean, I can try to eliminate my accent. I mean, if I really make a conscious effort, I can try to speak. But I have the ability. I could speak clearly. Just certain words I say with different accents. Yes. Yeah. So now, but what I'm saying is, on mainland Europe, do you guys usually call it that mainland Europe at all, or no?
It's just Europe.
Or you just call it Europe. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. But like, it seems like the other countries in Europe, you guys really don't have much connection with those other, even though geographically they're right there. You have very little connection to those countries.
Yeah.
Do you think it's more because of cultural or because of wars?
Mostly it's because we invaded them.
And now we're trying to be independent completely. That's what we're trying to do.
It turns out when you invade a country, they kind of remember it and they don't really like it.
So, now, but let me, because see, that's my thing is this. Okay, but France invaded England.
No.
With the Germans.
No.
Never invaded England. France
1066?
That wasn't France.
In 1060. Who was that?
That was the Normans.
Oh, the Normans weren't French. They didn't speak French?
There wasn't a France at the time.
Okay. So it's just a section of France, not the entire nation of France. So that's what you're saying.
It was just some bloke and a few of his mates.
Oh. It was a bloke, and I love that. It was just a couple of blokes and some of the mates. So you could be right. You could be 100% right. I don't know. I mean, look.
You're talking nearly 1,000 years ago. You can't compare the nation states we know now to what was.
No, you're right. No, you're 100% right. But there's somebody out there who's saying, like, it has to come from somewhere. So it's like, okay, so now the Germans and the French still have conflict, or like, who has more conflict? Is there more conflict between the Germans and? Because here's the thing: is this? Look, all these countries are all in NATO. Okay, they all are bound to like the British citizens and the French citizens are bound by treaty to risk their life to defend each other.
It doesn't work that way. If you look at the Falklands War, for example, the French armed the Argentinians.
Really? I did not know that.
Well, the fucking Exocet missiles that sunk our destroyers and our frigates and whatever else we had out there were sold by France to the Argentinians during the fucking conflict, because the French thought, oh, hang on a second, we can make some money here.
Wow. But you mean you think it's more about the profit motive rather than just to give it back to English, or both?
Well, probably both. But like we had an entire section of MI6 devoted to stopping the fucking French selling fucking missiles, and they're in the same. They're in fucking NATO. We could buy their missiles tomorrow, but we didn't want to sell them to the Argentinians for obvious reasons.
Because I always, because it reminds me of, because now, as not just the 70s, because right, that was what, 78, 79, something like that.
80s was the Falklands.
Falklands, okay, but right now, when you go online, there's always conflicts between Turkey and Greece. I mean, there's been conflict between Turkey and Greece that goes know, 500 years, the Ottoman Empire.
There's centuries of conflict there.
Yeah, from the Ottoman Empire. Like,
so we had Cyprus as a British part of the empire.
Colony.
We said we don't want an empire anymore mostly because the Americans said you won't bail us out unless we get rid of our empire. So thanks for that. So we got rid of.
When did we didn't come? I got to know this because maybe my history has been whitewashed a little bit too. So what?
After the Second World War, there was something called the Marshall Plan, which is all about rebuilding Europe. Yes. So President wanted to lend money, but he was like, you can't have white man rule black man and all this kind of shit. Empire must go. So
really? See, now, obviously I know what the Marshall Plan is, but the details, I mean, I know, as we say in America, I'm sure you got, maybe it comes from England, the devil is in the details. So I could say, yes, the Marshall Plan on its surface, when you look it up in the dictionary, it was the United States lending money to Europe to fix it back up.
Yeah,
from the war. Now, but as terms, I am not familiar with the terms of the Marshall Plan, but I do know they only paid it back like a couple years ago. But now my question is,
in broad terms,
what were the terms now? You said
in broad terms, the Marshall Plan was exactly as you say, but there were conditions attached to it, and one of the conditions was that Britain no longer has an empire.
Really? I'm curious why.
Well, because they're a bloody threat to you, that's why.
A threat? But how is it a threat to the United States? I could see Germany, them saying to them they would have to give up their empire, but we just went in a war to help, or to help Britain.
No, you went in a war because you didn't want a communist Europe. Don't give it's because we wanted to help Britain. It's because you didn't want a communist Europe.
Okay, but there could be sometimes there could be two reasons at the same time. Okay, just because you have one goal doesn't mean you can't have multiple goals.
Yeah, the primary goal.
Remember, United States. What did you say?
Primary goal for the
okay,
USA.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, but no. Because let me ask you a question. So if it was a primary goal to just get rid of the communists in Russia, the U.S. could have. Originally the Germans were pleading for the Americans to join Germany to defeat the Soviet Union.
Yeah,
there were many people.
You don't want a fascist Europe any more than you want a communist one either. You're supposed to be.
I understand.
Champions of democracy, so you couldn't have either situation.
Yes, but I'm just saying. But then that wasn't the whole point of the. Yes, I'm sorry, Steve.
So Germany was pleading with Britain far before the USA to become part of its, master plan, because they saw us as the Anglo-Saxon master race, and because we beat the shit out of Hitler a few times during the First World War. But Britain, America wanted to, let's say, have some of our finest crown possessions, like Diego Garcia.
The who?
Diego Garcia, one of your fleet bases.
I thought it's a footballer.
Where's that?
It's in the Atlantic, I think it's Atlantic.
Okay.
And various other places. So yeah, you bailed us out, but you said basically your control is over.
Well, that's what happens when we got to give you money. You got to give us something back.
Oh yeah, not denying that. Got into willingly.
No, but as far as I knew, I mean, but I thought but the major.
But your history
imperial.
Your history will tell you that it's America saving Europe. It's America exerting its influence.
Well, I mean, but it could be multiple things at one time. But I'm saying
it's America.
You cannot. My point is this: you cannot definitively say that if the war kept going, that Britain would have defeated the Germans. That's not true.
We wouldn't have all. Russia would have defeated the Germans. Britain wouldn't have.
Yeah, but if the Germans would have defeated the British, then the Germans could have
the Germans
the other side of it.
So right. So basically, the whole British policy during the first year or two of the Second World War was about containment. Our policy was to stop the Germans, contain them in Europe, and force them into a conflict with Russia. So when the Germans tried to break out down into Africa, we stopped them. Yes. So they had no choice but to go east. Brought them into conflict with Russia, and we knew that Russia would, if not beat them, at least fucking blunt them. As it happened, Russia beat them. Russia would have carried on, would have steamrolled over Germany. You would have had
the Russian. Okay, but all right, but now here's the thing: is the Russians, they did defeat them, but I see what you're saying, but the Russians were still. But here's the thing: the whole point is this: like you said, if the idea was to defeat the Soviets, the communists, they took over half of Europe anyway.
They did, yeah. So they did a shit job.
I love you, man. You're right. No, but that is 100% right. They rushed the communists ended up, they, like you said, they ended up taking all that land back.
Yeah.
They ended up taking over all those countries. They ended up taking Germany, half of Germany almost.
The effective thing that the Americans did was put that blockade up across West Germany that stopped them getting any further. Otherwise,
we call it the Iron Curtain.
You'd have had a rush in Europe otherwise. So that was the difference that America made to the war. It wasn't about saving Britain.
Yeah.
We were fine. We'd have just fucking carried on.
Well, I wouldn't. Well, okay. Here's the thing: is this? Here's where I would disagree with you. Britain was not fine. That was not by any means. Anybody with a camera or a grandma can tell you that Britain was not fine.
You think that being bombed and having to run fucking blockades every time means that we were in some way losing, but that's just war.
Well, I understand. I'm not saying yes. You're okay. If you want to say you blew up 1,000 of their buildings and they blew up 800 of yours, then you could say yes, maybe we're winning. But no. It's not really like
winning at that stage was simply survival, and we survived.
Yes, that's my point. Is that they and if you say that their job was to contain Germany, well, obviously it would have been easier to contain Germany if France were to actually fight. France didn't fight.
They did fight. It's just the problem the French had was,
when did France fight?
The problem the French had was they had something called the Maginot Line, which they believed was where because the thing about wars is you always fight the last war. So they were fighting. I think it would be like the First World War. It'd be fucking fighting.
The First World War. Yeah.
So they built this big, massive wall, the Maginot Line, between Germany and France, right? And then they had this forest at the end of it, which they thought was impenetrable.
Then they went around it.
Well, Germany had fucking tanks. So they just sent the tanks through the forest, around the Maginot Line, and flanked the French. So the French got annihilated. It's not that they didn't fight. It's that while they were all up here, the Germans were behind, killing all their wives and children.
Well, you know what? It's interesting you made that comment, which is what some people say. Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. Repeat. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's favorite.
I'm just going to say goodnight to yours. It's been fascinating listening to you all, but I'm not getting into this. So,
I'm sorry. I feel bad now because we were talking about reselling, and I never get to talk to you. Finally, got to talk to you, and then now we're talking off topic. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. I have to leave because it's 1 a.m. and I need to get up in the morning. So
no, I feel bad now because we're having this conversation. You're right here, and then we're not talking. I feel really guilty. I really do. I'm sorry, Dave.
Just chat and everything. Saying all sorts of things as well. But I've already said goodbye to him already. But good night, Andrew. Thanks for letting me on. Krill.
Pleasure, Dave. Take care.
Well, take care, bud. See you soon. I'll come
Peace,
back
brother.
on.
Thanks. It's great to see you, man. Come back again, man. It's good to see you.
Cheers.
See, that's good. I'd seen him only in the chat 100 times. We responded back and forth, and never answered the, you know, and he finally went on, which is good. I'm glad. Oh, but speaking of the war, I got it because I know you said obviously you're knowledgeable in this, but we make that comment when we had. Well, I mean, I'm assuming were there British that fought in Vietnam?
Yeah, well, kind of, yeah. More
See, that was one when people historically analyze, because that was the biggest shit show war of our history.
So when the Vietnam War started, it was France. It was a French colony. So at the time that France were fighting there, the British supported them. When you guys turned up, we were like, "All right, it's your problem now. So fuck off." And left you to it. Because now, literally that was an entirely winnable conflict. But it was like Courier again. That was an entirely winnable conflict, and then the Chinese entered it. And so our concern was that the Chinese would come in Vietnam and do exactly the same as they've done in Korea. So we were like, actually, we've been there and done this before. It doesn't work. You've already told us we can't have an empire. Why the fuck should we give a shit about East Asia anymore?
Yeah, no, it was definitely an unwinnable conflict. You're right. It complete now because one of the when they talk about, it's funny that you made that interesting, fighting the last war. When they people who are scholars of the Vietnam War that really study in depth, they said one of the hardest things was the people who were the commanders in Vietnam were people who were originally the original soldiers who fought in World War II as kids. And like you said, they're trying to fight the last war. So they're fighting this World War II kind of war, but this is a jungle warfare, which it's like a completely different animal. And the biggest mistake was that we were there to support. I mean, and of course, this is all in hindsight. It's always easier to look in hindsight, you know, because no one ever wants to point out what's happening during the thing. What happened was a difference. See, the South Koreans wanted to fight the communists off, okay, to fight off North Korea. But the South Vietnamese had no interest in fighting off the communists. The person that they had a dictator in the South that they didn't even like. So we went there to support their army, but you can't support an army that does not want to fight. They would have people abandoning. The U.S. soldiers would go out there with their with these soldiers from South Vietnam, and they would turn around and the soldiers are gone.
Well,
so
that's Afghanistan as well.
Yeah, no, Afghanistan is one step worse. The soldiers in Afghanistan turn around and fire on the American soldiers. They're even one step further than at least the Vietnamese soldiers would run away. These Afghanistan soldiers will shoot the Americans.
It is the entire problem with imperial conflicts. You're a foreign army on foreign soil.
Yeah, we had a kid from the next town over who died. That's how he died. A guy. We had a kid. He was like 19 years old. That's how he died. He was training an Afghan soldier how to do whatever some kind of training mission. He was training him, and you know, one day he just turns around and then he just shot him right in the back. He got shot in the back of the head by the guy he was training.
It's awful.
You know, it's you know, like you said, imperial. I mean, we could talk for forget about it.
The reason we have regiments like the Gurkhas and such like is because then at least it's the natives of that particular nation that are fighting, that are you know, representing and whatever. Hearts and Minds was the right strategy in the Iraq conflict. It just failed, but that's the only way you can do things.
Yeah, people, if they don't want, like you said, they don't want.
You don't have the support of the local populace. You need to have a lot of firepower and a willingness to use it, and nuclear weapons.
Yeah, well, we had the willing. Yeah, but in Vietnam, remember, in Vietnam, we had not only the fire. I mean, we had chemical weapons. Yeah. We had weapons that were. We had ungodly weapons from these were like futuristic weapons compared to what they had in Vietnam. And it didn't matter. We would blow up their whole village, and then the next day they would rebuild it in a matter of 24 hours. And it'd be like, how did these people do that? Because when you're fighting for your life and, you know, whatever it is. I mean, here in America, we just sent kids who were the people who went did not even want to. We didn't want to go because he was different. See, remember, like you said, we went to Britain. You know, I'm using the quotes. You know, the air quote. We have to save the British, of course. We have to fight fascism. We have to do this. We have to, you know, whatever it is. So it's easier to send people to a conflict.
But Vietnam,
yes, but if it's a matter of, yeah, but the thing is, at the time, yes, we're fighting communism, but I mean, it's so far off, and it's so like. It's hard to see Vietnam as a threat. See, the thing is this: it's easier to tell people that Russia is a threat because they're a huge country, but it's hard to tell people that Vietnam is a threat when they are when they're a little tiny. You know,
the issue is more binary than that. The Vietnamese don't speak English.
Yes, it's easier to defend people who speak your language than it is to people who don't speak your language.
Exactly. So the Vietnamese
that's a lot easier.
English, they're totally unrelatable to. You don't like the food, don't like the culture. What the hell are we doing here? This is nothing like where I am at home. I want to go back home.
Of course, because it's easier when you're doing identity. Because I look like you. We have the same background. I have Celtic background. I mean, you're just really tall. I'm short, and you're skinny, and I'm fat. That's the only difference. You know, we're just backwards. You know, it's just the same difference. You know, I got long hair and no beard. You have a beard and short hair. You know, it's just the same difference. All right, I gotta run. I'll see you next week. Have fun at work.
Take care.
Peace.
See you soon. Right. Okay. Then it's just me. I think it is time for me to say goodnight as well, folks. It is 1:10 in the morning. Thank you, everyone, for watching tonight. It's been fighting colonialism, and now China is America's biggest trading partner. China is a weird communist country, though, because it's not really trying to spread the communist philosophy in the way that Soviet Russia was, which very much wanted to do it. China is more like it wants to expand trade and economic wealth, and so that's the tools it uses. So it doesn't matter so much what government or philosophy the government there is following, because they're just still trying to make money. But yeah, hi Dawn, we're just finishing. Yeah, communist capitalism, I think that's a good way of saying it now. Look, I've just been hit by a bus. Yeah, I'm just going to get on with drafting. All right, I'm going to take the dog out. Oh, I'm going to get some sleep. Yeah, because I've had sleep this week. Thank you everyone for watching. You've been watching Drinking with Andrew. I was your host, Mr. Moneymental UK, YouTube superstar, part-time eBay reseller, mental health advocate. Intro is now the outro. Good night, everyone, and thank you for sticking with us. And see you next Friday at 8:30 p.m. UK time sharp. Bye for now.